Ora, muito bom dia a todos e a todos. Obrigado por estarem hoje aqui nesta conferência internacional dos planos municipais participativos para a integração de migrantes, aprendendo com as melhores práticas e construindo pontes entre os Estados Unidos e Portugal. Teremos aqui na nossa mesa de abertura a Sra. Alta Comissária para as Migrações, Sónia Pereira, também Mrs. Penny Reckmeyer, da Embaixada dos Estados Unidos em Lisboa, e também o professor Dr. Paulo Conceição, o coordenador do Grupo de Planeamento Urbano e Habitação do Centro de Investigação de Território, Transportes e Ambiente da Universidade de Coimbra. Muito obrigado também por estarem aqui hoje e passo naturalmente a palavra para fazer a abertura. Obrigado.
Muito obrigada, bom dia.
Thank you very much. Good day. First of all, I would like to greet my colleagues from the opening panel, the representative of the Embassy of the United States in Portugal, Mrs. Penny Reckman, Professor Paulo Conceição, who's coordinator of the urban planning group and housing from the CITTA, from the University of Coimbra. I would like to thank the organization for the seminar here in the Carlos Copernican, and I would like to thank you for your readiness and your help in being able to organize this event here. And it's a great pleasure that we have the participants from different parts of the country who are all participating in this session. This session, as you know, occurs within the scope of a project aimed at the participatory local plans for the integration of migrants, with this dimension of being a learning process between the United States and Portugal, and the purpose of which is to establish bridges between both countries. And this project is supported by the small grants from the US Embassy in Portugal. And I would like to point out what I think are three main points of this initiative, and which basically are going to mark today's activities. First of all, the value that is given to this public policy tool, the public plans for the integration of migrants. The tool has been promoted by the High Commission for Migrants since 2015. There have been over 2,000 municipal plans supported by FAMI. And an implementation until the end of the year. We have 20 municipal plans for the integration of migrants, and we have planning and a political tool, which is very important, because at the local level it allows each context to be able to manage the migrations and to benefit the territories, and also the need to protect the rights of migrants and to strengthen local communities based on the perspective of an integrated public policy that involves different actors. And this also allows for the implementation of the National Strategic Plan within the scope of migrations, coordinated by the High Commission of Migrations, and benefiting different governmental areas, and has this logic, whole of society, whole of government. And this is a dimension that is important to implement this area. We mustn't forget the importance of promoting the integration of migrants and the associations that they represent. And this leads me to the second dimension that I would point out, which is the development of these methodologies. And this project is being strengthened through the mechanisms that have been implemented, and we are talking about quite a few, and it involves both the consultancy of different actors within the cooperation process. And this project has implemented a preliminary diagnosis workshop, public consultations, and workshops, a co-creation workshop. And I'd like to point out 3 online sessions which have got to do with the challenges of migrants and partners in local plans. the integration of migrants. This is a dimension which is fundamental. We have to strengthen the way it is implemented within these plans. And in these online sessions, we had over 90 participants from different entities, governments, and academia, and others. And this process, has helped us, which leads us to the third dimension, which is learning. That is learning together and sharing our learning, and with the advantage of being able to do it in this transatlantic manner. And this is absolutely fundamental for the way we think and rethink the way we work nationally and our local context. And today you will be able to contact with a number of national experiences, specifically in Fundão, Odmira and Oeiras, and to hear the experiences which are implemented in the United States. And this is supported by the Embassy in Portugal, and the Great Way for Growth Challenge, which is being implemented since 2016. And this is an opportunity for municipalities to get the technical assistance from the American Immigration Council and Welcoming America, the purpose of which is to promote and improve the integration of migrants in their communities. And the welcoming plan of the Dallas, City of the Dallas in Texas, through the representative of the Office of Equality and Inclusion, Cristiana da Silva, whose presence I would like to thank here today. And to conclude, I would like to highlight that this conference is important, but it is part of a process, which included a number of steps which are being concluded. And the purpose is to implement instruments which should help us innovate in our responses and our ability to meet the needs and the challenges of our societies, contemporary societies, and to promote our vision. That is to work for inclusion and for the value of migrants, and which is essential for our development process, but based on the protection of human rights and social justice. And so it is based on these principles that I would like to say that I hope you have an excellent conference, and that this will be an excellent day of work. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here today representing CETA. And I would also like to begin by greeting the High Commission for Migration to the U.S. Embassy in Lisbon, who have helped CETA in this project. And so these bridges and convergences between the different types of organization and different geographic locations are very important in the way that we look at research on the territory. I would also like to greet Dr. Miguel Grassa for the initiative and for his vitality in organizing this project, and which shows the challenges of his professional activity and for scientific research. And so we hope that this will be a great conference. And just let me say two or three things about CETA for those who don't know it. CETA is the Research Centre for Terra Transport and Environment, and it's from the Portugal Engineering University and the Science and Technology University in Coimbra, and works around four axes: planning and environmental assessment, and questions related to analysis and the engineering, transport engineering. And so this is based on the role of cities, urban systems, infrastructures, and services in these social changes. And in addition to this, we have a joint program That is the urban planning. They have an international conference this year in Coimbra about the sustainable neighbourhoods. But this is not why we're here today. The topic of this conference, the Participatory Local Plans for the Integration of Migrants, has got to do, is related to our experiences, that is through our academic experiences marked by the presence of students, researchers from different contexts, which is much more than just the university, and which will bring about changes in the university, and it's got to do with the object of our study, the territory, and the important processes of migration. And migrations are also very important characteristics which are the city, and this is the context in which we work. Obviously, I'm not going to tell you about the different aspects of the project, but I would, however, like to mention 3 aspects which I consider important. The first one has got to do with the question of learning. The second has got to do with the municipal dimension, and the third one has got to do with the questions of the construction, institutional construction. And so, in brief, I would like to say that the topic of the conference has got to do with learning, and learning based on the comparative studies. That is the way we study. That is where between different contexts, and that is through concepts and practices between different contexts, which is complex. And so between the contexts where ideas emerge, experiences are born, and the context in which they land, and it's much more complex and subtle. And so then the identification of good practices. And they have to be articulated in a more subtle manner. That is the relationship between the different contexts and the characteristics which are more general. And so this question of the importance of the context is quite important when we think about these learning processes and the way we have different tendencies and different scales and different specific processes. And that is why the role of the professionals is very important. Municipal dimension is also important. It's also present in the title of this conference. We know a number of things about these. Yes, and it's important in this aspect of the territorialization of policies. It's also an opportunity for change. And so in this context, we have to look at a dimension which is not on its own. And so that is why it is important when we talked about municipal plans to find the capacity that they may have to articulate and to influence the different policies, public policies. And so this question of political and municipal dimension also helps build public policies. And of course, all of this has an institutional component, which is very important in the planning. Planning is an exercise for construction and institutions, and that is why I would like to say this. So having mentioned this, I just would like to say that I hope this conference will be a moment of participation and will systematize local knowledge and will reinforce institutions and our ability to learn. Thank you.
So I'm going to be the oddball here.
Yeah.
I'm going to speak in English, if that's all right. Since it is an international conference and my Portuguese has gotten worse over the last 3 years. It's terrible now because so many Portuguese speak amazing English. Anyway, so I just want to thank Miguel for putting this together. Miguel is one of our alumni of our International Visitor Leadership Program, and this is exactly what we hope when we send people to the U.S. This is exactly what we hope they come back with. New experiences and opening this exchange of dialogue. And so I am so happy that I am here today, not only as a representative of the United States, because as you know, we are a country of immigrants, but because this is something that's very important to me. So before I started with the State Department, I worked with immigrants and refugees in Minnesota as part of my, did you hear my little Minnesota accent, as part of my graduate studies. And so I worked with 7 different immigrant communities, and I think, as Miguel experienced, Minnesota is fabulous in the integration of immigrants and refugees. And this conference could not be more timely, given the fact that there is a tremendous war that Russia has put on Ukraine and the refugees that are coming out of that situation. And Portugal has brought so many in. And Afghanistan, I want to recognize how many refugees Portugal took in, young children, young women, young kids, of soccer teams, of the orchestra, and integrated them, not just as a lily pad, not just a jumping off point, but has tried to integrate them into society. And that's sort of when I became a part of this community, I feel, is I was involved in a portion of that. And it's always really important to make sure that people feel like they have a home. And I've been in touch with, some of the kids after, and they really feel like Portugal opened their arms to them. And so I want to thank Portugal for that on their behalf. But going into a little bit more, we at the embassy, of course, the big State Department has lots of services and lots of interest in immigrant and refugee communities. And another way that we are supporting the Ukraine community, or we're trying to, is we have this program called Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. And the goal of that is to take women who have started small businesses, and we want to, there's a course that we have with our implementing partner, and it's a 13-week course, but actually the entire program is about 3 months. So we're not just targeting, now we're reaching out to the Ukraine community, but now this will be the 3rd year, and we've had Portuguese women doing amazing projects. And so we want to integrate that Ukrainian community with the Portuguese women entrepreneurs. So if you know any, if you're working with the Ukraine community right now, we're going to be having an announcement coming out, and really encourage them to sign up. But those are just some of the programs that we've worked on. But, I'm really happy that we have so many academics that are focused on this issue. Integration and is not an easy task. And we are happy to have brought Christina Da Silva here, who's going to be talking about her specific case study in Dallas. But this is just one of many examples, and hers is a great example, so I'm not going to ruin it. That hers is one of many great examples of what cities and states are doing across the United States. Of course, we're not perfect either, even though we've had a couple hundred years of trying to do this. No country's perfect, and so this is fantastic that we have this opportunity to exchange ideas today on more research that could be done, ways that we are implementing already, and I'm just excited for all of you to have this opportunity, so thank you.
Muito obrigado também.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. And now we will start this conference. And for the first panel that I will be speaking at with Claudia Peach. We will be presenting this project. Some of you might not know it, so that you might be able to listen to different aspects related to it. So, thank you very much. As I've mentioned earlier, this project called Participatory Municipal Plans for the Integration of Migrants, Learning from Best Practices and Building Bridges between the US and Portugal, is a project which was promoted by the High Commission for Migration, supported by CITAD, and also supported by the US Embassy in Lisbon. So through this initiative program, which extends from January to June, to contribute to the production of national guidelines for a new generation of municipal plans for the integration of migrants in Portugal for 2024. As you've heard, it's a process of learning and sharing good practices that's focused on two North American experiences: the collaborative migration management strategy, the first US government strategy focused on strengthening cooperative efforts to manage migration, and also the Gateways for Growth Challenge, which is been taking place since 2016, is a project where local governments, that is, we have representatives of the city of Dallas, receives technical assistance from the American Immigration Council and Welcoming America to improve the inclusion of migrants in their communities and to build welcoming plans, which is very similar to our municipal plans for the integration of migrants. This project has three objectives: to learn from the US experience on participatory planning and incorporate the voices of migrants in the development of municipal plans for integration, and finally, to build bridges between the US and Portugal through the exchange of knowledge and best practices between different organizations involved. As I said earlier, this program has been organized around different activities. There was a preliminary diagnostic workshop, public consultation period which took place in April, a professional exchange program, and myself, Claudia, and Abdiaby, we were able, the three of us, to visit during 2 weeks a city in the US that I'll be describing later on. A co-creation workshop that occurred yesterday and the day before, and the international conference that we are holding today, so as to build guidelines for the development of municipal migrant integration plans. As I've said earlier, these 5 North American cities that we had the opportunity of visiting, and it was fitted into the small grants, and thanking the US Embassy, we were able to visit San Jose, San Antonio in Texas, Lincoln, and in Lancaster County, Nebraska, and in Minnesota. And we're able to know more about the welcoming plan of these 5 cities, but to be able to know what were the ongoing experiences on the ground. At the embassy, again, it was very important to exchange practices. It wasn't only to learn, but also to bring with us the Portuguese experience. We've heard the participatory component being mentioned, workshops in January, public consultation in April, and a co-creation workshop which was held during these last 2 days to involve national, universal, local research centers, non-governmental organization, migrant association, which are an essential partner in this project. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to give the floor to Claudia Pierce so that she can continue with the presentation. So good morning. Thank you for attending. My name is Claudia Pierce. I work for the High Commission for Migration, and I coordinate and monitor the municipal plans for the integration of migrants in Portugal. So I've been asked to present the results of these preliminary diagnosis workshops that took place in January of this year. 3 preliminary workshops were carried out, one with municipalities, another with NGOs, Migrants Refugee Association, another with the academia partners. And after that phase, there was a public consultation that took place in April 2023. So just to briefly outline the profile of the participants in the workshop and public consultation. In the workshop, 90% and public consultation received 75 responses. We were quite pleased by those participating in the public consultation. 30% represented municipalities, therefore participated, that is NGOs, Migrant Association, and also citizens. There was a high percentage, which is quite interesting to see, which also gave their interesting contribution. 81% were aware of the concept of the municipal plan, and 44% were involved in a phase of the process, and they were more involved in a diagnosis, and participation started decrease, little less in planning, monitoring, and assessment. And also, when we asked if people considered that municipal plans are participatory, 66% said no, because they said that a lot could be improved in these participatory plans. Now, there were quite a lot of contribution from these workshops. I tried to sum up to create categories. There's a vast array of information that we need to analyze and build upon. But let me just mention some of the challenges to participation in these workshops. Some are common to the 3 groups. For instance, the profile, daily life of the immigrants, the lack of participation because they work many hours, have no one to leave their children with. So it's still a process which is quite difficult. A lack of human resources in the municipalities. This was mentioned by the 3 groups. It would be essential to have more teams working at 100% in these plans, specialized in this area. And also, on the workshop on the municipality, the lack of mobilization was mentioned by the local entities. There are territories that this number of partners can be more reduced. There might not be any migrant association, and it's more difficult to create a relationship. Red tape is also common. Bureaucracy is also common to these 3 groups. And red tape, when it's mentioned, relates to the rules of community funds with different aspects related to it, to this bureaucracy, excessive bureaucracy, and also language barriers in the academic world, a lack of instruments which helped us to build public consultation from problems and challenges. And so we tried to organize the information, and public consultation gave us the opportunity to prioritize, to see what was more important, and to validate preliminary information. And from public consultation, one question about the main problems limiting the participation of migrants and refugees. The first, representing 40%, were the language barriers and the lack of knowledge about the participation process in these plans. Second of all, a feeling of lack of representation and or voice, which is also important that we need to address, and the lack of participation due to everyday challenges, as this was mentioned in these workshops. Concerning the main challenge that limits the action of municipalities, the first, the lack of responses to the real challenges of migrants and refugees, little ability to listen to and involve local communities, and a lack of human resources. Now, as to the main problem that we associate with the lack of collaboration of NGOs, migrant and refugee associations, and the first difficulties in establishing local networks and or mobilizing involving migrants and refugees, lack of funding available, lack of availability, and also linked to excessive bureaucracy and requests for registration of evidence. And this is what was mentioned. So we asked, what was the main challenge that you associate with the process of designing and implementing these municipal plans? And half of the responses mentioned the lack of participation of stakeholders, migrants and partners, and again, excessive complexity of the bureaucracy concerning these plans. But we also asked people, in addition to what were the main challenges, to think about the solutions. And these are the top 5 proposed solutions that stood out. Concerning the measures to be implemented in terms of promoting the participation of migrants and refugees, there's the involvement of migrants in addition to NGOs and migrant associations. Requirement to include the problem of integrating migrants and refugees in your municipality's strategic documents, great plan options, local housing strategies. Increased representation of migrants and refugees in municipal bodies to ensure that policies meet the interests and real problems of citizens. Greater involvement of migrants and refugees in the implementation of the plan measures of that plan, more in diagnosis and not in implementation, and hiring people from the communities for the various phases of the municipal plan. Now, as to the proposed solutions to help to improve the level of municipal action, the first solution was the promotion of mixed team through the compulsory hiring of intercultural and mediators to be part of the plan, creation of multidisciplinary teams, which meant more human resources, promotion of contact between the community and migrants through cultural activities. This was also enhanced in public consultation, campaigns to raise awareness among the population of the importance of migrant and refugee integration, and the municipal support for the creation of migrant and refugee associations. Now, as to the measures to improve the promotion of migrant and refugee associations, promotion of focused participatory mechanisms, such as creating municipal councils in the area of integration as it exists in some municipalities, dedicated to listening to migrant association, thematic municipal participatory aspects, promotion of moments for sharing good practices between partners, creation of focal points in partner entities, so that we can all be involved in building this plan, increase in financial support, and creation of microsites where it would be easier to share and store information and be available to all stakeholders. Finally, when we asked the question of how we could improve the plan's implementation, 4 measures were proposed: a greater diversification of funding sources, better dissemination and communication of the plans and participation and diagnosis processes, the creation of channels sharing information between the various municipalities, and translation into several languages of dissemination materials and supporting documents for all phases of the municipal plan. This led to quite a lot of work, which we developed in the workshops that were organized yesterday and the day before, such as co-creation. And now Miguel will be speaking about these different workshops that were held. Again, well, I'm not Abdul Diaby. He had, unfortunately, he hasn't arrived yet, but I will be presenting the results. Following what Claudio Piruj mentioned, all these elements that we're working on are on the site, on the ACM site. We have a section for the plan, and that summary that Claudio Piruj mentioned about the main conclusions of the workshop's preliminary diagnosis in January. In reality, it's a very huge mental map with different ideas available on our site, which you can consult. We drew some conclusions, and also let me say that in terms of methodology, public consultation was very important to gather all that information. Then we asked, after we asked people on the challenges and solutions, and those were the results, because it allows us to understand, because our participation rate was 105 participants, different entities, profiles, which is quite representative of that sectors, and gave us an idea of what's at stake in terms of problems and challenges and possible solutions. So again, we tried to pick that work, and for 2 days, on May the 10th and 11th, we were in Arco. It's an art school in the old market of Xabregas that welcomed us, and I'd like to thank Arco, which allowed us to use their room for drawing and painting. I used their rooms for 2 days, which was very interesting, and so we used the reflection presented by Claudia, and were able to move on to co-creation. As I've mentioned, this workshop was held during 2 days. The first was an open invitation to organizations that wanted to participate. The second day was a closed workshop by invitation with several entities with a different profile, some outside these plans. So this was the purpose, to mix people inside and outside, and to give us their outlook. And there were different idea generation participatory diagnosis, monitoring, and assessment. These were the main phases. And on the second day, we looked at the design guidelines and also thinking about concrete proposals to improve that document. There was a session, we presented best practices, attended by Cristina Silva, and also to Charles, that I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank your presence that helped us out. This was our setting, our work setting. So we tried to come out with ideas, but also to propose something to think about for the future, and that I'm going to leave you with so that this can fuel our debate or food for thought. And I'm just going to briefly mention these 4 phases. Regarding the participatory process, some ideas that came out, the need that there be more integration instruments of migrants and refugees in addition to the plan. We mentioned already translation of all materials into those language more which is most spoken in the municipality. The importance to organize socialization moments and to use them for participatory objectives, not as an event in itself, but to integrate them in these socializing and sharing moments, and also to organize this in a workplace context in line with the employers, which seems to be interesting for the futures versus, and this is a food for thought, and also bonus to migrant participation. And regarding activities, on one hand, the possibility that there be a link of funding to the development of a participatory methodology that is only if only used by the municipality, they would be receiving, and also bonuses used by the bonuses that these municipalities would be receiving. So these are some of the working ideas that I would like for in our debate. Then after the constitution and the participatory phase, the diagnosis, which is very important for the plan, on the idea to change the diagnosis to build community, to take advantage of the diagnosis, to establish bridges with the community, identify comfort places of these communities, collect contributions, not using our own language to be able to collect these contributions, and also at the same time and in parallel to promote safe places for sharing and listening and collecting data. On the other hand, 2 ideas which seemed quite interesting: to transform the information collection process in exchanging other types of information, not only extracting information but exchanging it, and at the end to assess financing links regarding the use of participatory methodologies in the diagnosis. So we tried to combine methodologies to design this planning, which was the 3rd phase. This was also an interesting experience, exchanging ideas with the American context. The welcoming plans and how they were applied were lighter, more flexible, and not as detailed. So to be able to test this possibility was important, to assess the organization of a public consultation at a local level, to assess different dimensions, which was defined by the municipal teams. We organized as you saw, several diagnosis public consultation workshops, were able to obtain very concrete results. Why not try and test this through a public consultation? And next steps that came out of this discussion to link it under a strategic dimension. And of course, the operational dimension is much more difficult because it's more detailed in a public consultation phase. It could be interesting, that is, a document from a first reflections like measures, targets, indicators, and so on. Another interesting aspect was the possibility to inform and to return to the communities strategic operational options of this plan before their approval and not before, because it's only disseminated after the approval. So an opportunity to improve and also to add a timeline of its implementation, which would be very important to include in this guide. The implementation stage is not in the guide. A proposal was to create a new implementation phase during the plan's design. It's where municipalities develop alone without strategic guidance. Another important idea was to invest in the mobilization of partners at the beginning of the plan's implementation, to organize that mobilization and to help that task, and to create a monitoring group by always informing how the measures are running, how they're being carried out. Another question raised was to assess the financial management, the sharing of financial management by those partner entities carrying out these activities within the plan. And this could bring about many advantages concerning the plan's implementation. And last of all, and some municipalities are trying to do so, and I'm going to go back to Dallas. I'm going to go back to mentioning the city of Dallas. Christina will be presenting that dimension, not only to imagine the plans as something to the outside, to the community, but inside the municipality itself, by developing interdepartmental plans involving migrants. Many departments work in this area, and normally in social action, citizenship, but why not work on a plan, an inside plan? And this phase exists in the guide, which is monitoring and assessment. The possibility to carry out the design of the monitoring assessment system during planning, not at the end of the process, to identify the indicators and their more relevant impact. Also, an interesting idea was to create a tutorial for this system, because this system is complex and would deserve that additional support, to create a permanent work group. We have Abdu. Well, here he is. Abdu, you can come and replace me upstage, says Miguel. And again, the idea to create a working group would allow the organization themselves to be able to check if the activities checklist are being carried out together with the municipality. On the task on how the plan is running is heavy. There was the idea to create a simplified platform. We know that there are specific and financial questions, but always to streamline so that evidence be at a minimum, or less financial but of more physical implementation. I remember during the workshop that a program was discussed, the Deep Seat from the municipality of Lisbon, where the evidence registration was carried out by just recording, as an example, a video instead of other characteristics, and this is very important. And on the other hand, this reporting platform, to be automated, because there's quite a lot of work on the municipality side that is a non-compliance, deadlines about critical points. This does not help, and it overburdens the team themselves. This was a suggestion to streamline and reduce the number of indicators without reducing their quality, but emphasizing the impact of these measures. Quite often we see numbers, but we're not able to measure their impact through these assessment reports. And finally, and I don't want to reveal all that was mentioned, the idea to create a dashboard so as to better see the level of implementation of these indicators and the impact of the plan's measures. Thank you very much. Oh, Gabi, would you like to add something else? He participated in these workshops. I just read some of the main bullet points, but again, it would be important for you to know more.
So I would like to mention, the gentleman had to speak into the microphone. I can hardly hear him. I'm sorry, but I can hardly hear the gentleman. No. Sorry, could you ask the gentleman to speak directly into the microphone, because it's very difficult to follow him. I can hardly hear him. So I would like to thank guests from Dallas and the Embassy for its support, and Claude Miguel for these 15 days. Thank you very much. So since we still have some time, I'd like to know whether you have any questions to ask before we move on to the next panel. I know that we have given you lots of information, apologies for this, but we tried to sum up as the knowledge that we got obtained over these last months. So if there are any questions, we have microphones in the room. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Carlos Holmes from Sintra. So, you gave us a perspective of the development. In theory, it's very nice, but in practice, it's not. So, we, in the Council of Sintra, we have to assume our responsibility as immigrants in the Council. Immigrants. But I said quote unquote because I've been here for 38 years. And it's very painful for me when our children We can't. We carry out our work when we've been trained in this country. So we're going to look after ourselves. So, because now the time of truth has arrived, and the truth is, within the political parties, we've understood everything that we've been doing here is not going to give us a position of representatives. There are 22,000 Portuguese speaking in the council, and so the PS does not have a majority. No, it doesn't. We are the only ones that are volatile in terms of votes. The next step is going to be decisive for councillors to be voted, etc. And so 4 months ago, I was on an official visit to Boston, I believe, to understand how the immigrant and African community works. Is very important to see this representation, organisation, and because only in this way you have a representation, councillors and Sinta. So participation will exist because the office. So we're going to put it in its right place. And it's now the time. So we have to feel represented within a council where we can make the decisions. We have people who have been trained, but who calls on us to come and make projects? Nobody. They bring other people in to make the projects. And this is all very good. But I said a minister a while ago, so this thing about saying the immigration and asylum agency, or whatever you want to call it. So this is the integration agency, when I said it can't be asylum and immigration. So this, the minister has exchanged the name. This agency, to be successful, in each council has, in every council there has to be an agency. I have arranged with the president to allocate funds. The problem is, in order to get there, if you can't speak the language of Cape Verde, it's very difficult to get over the barrier. You can't cross the barrier. There has to be Cape Verde, and here I'll give you another example. In Portugal, but in order to go down, if he doesn't get to the right place, nobody will give him information, because basically he won't get there. So it has to have, you have to create offices because of this problem of participation, but you have to pay the staff who are going to work with you before you reach the point. This information is already worked by us, and in this way we create a link. And this is the problem in terms of participation and integration of migrants. Everybody does what everyone wants. So it's not possible in a council to have an African to decide on the life of Angolans, Cape Verdeans, Guineans, I've been doing this for 12 years. We have, and Sintra has more graduates in this country. So we have to work from the inside. And we feel that we're here. We have to change things. And the agency that deals with this, if we want the agency to work, we have to have the agency in different councils. Our children can do this because there's this policy to centralise everything. And the ACM, which is very important, has to be extended. And it has to be extended in other agencies. So we have a psychological problem. There's lots of youth. I've already asked the office. We have to see what the dimension of this is. And I'm working in 11 parishes alone. I'm not receiving any money from anybody, but I'm trying to get help from the Gulbenkian, for example, to get a psychological support office. The council doesn't see this. So this is a tragedy. As you just say, that the problem of integration, if you don't work with us seriously, and I mean it seriously, I'm talking about really serious work, but we have to have informal office and to make things agilized so that our children can live in the region. So people have to be paid for the work they do. Thank you. So if possible, I'd like to make a comment. First of all, I would like to greet a colleague. I'm not here. I'm also a member of the local government, and I would like to thank you. So I'm a colleague, and so I would like to talk about the white elephant. And so the elephant in the room that is, for example, I was listening to you. I remembered the words of Fernando Carr. No doubt you knew him, and he said something, for example, that when I was with him, he said, yeah, this is all very nice, but they only need us to put up the posters, just to appear, nothing else, so we can be seen. So the question of representativeness is very important, and this is one of the questions that appeared here. It appeared as a proposal to see more representation in local governments, in the possibility of the communities to participate in the different phases of the plan and to decide. And so there was the idea of a participatory budget for immigrants to make proposals. And so the proposals, but what does it mean? And so to get these proposals means that there's a problem. There's something that has to be solved. And so I was very glad you talked about the elephant in the room. Thank you very much. And so this question of the representation is difficult because in Portugal we have very great difficulties. But for example, we were in the United States, the three of us here, where the elephant goes into the room. You don't have to, it's already there. So there's a premise. And so we've been in a number of cities, and one of the proposals which was contaminated by this experience, that is the council works not in the social part of citizenship, and so it has to work in others. Everybody has to help to fight this problem. I've been planning people who fix the streets, and so they did something very interesting. They looked at the streets that had to be fixed, and then they put the different communities on top of it. And there was and we saw the ones that have our, so we have to a priority there. And so we have to use the languages of the people who live there. And so this is very interesting experience. This is going to be linked to representativeness. And if there's no representation in public life, in universities, in public administration, in schools, and higher education, wherever, we're always going to have this problem. We're always going to have the elephant in the room. Thank you very much for mentioning this, and I hope this sort of dominates the rest of our discussion. Thank you very much. I'm from the Ivory Coast, and I've been here for 17 years, but there are two things that you said that are very important. The representativeness. Yesterday we talked about the existence of a skeleton in the municipalities, specifically for participation. So there has to be a port of entry in every municipality, and so in the next 100 years, whenever the immigrants want to organize themselves, we have to have this port of entry, this place. And secondly, the protocols that exist between the municipalities and the immigrants, these protocols will be sustainable, and they can have because to have a protocol to have so when the recommendations raised by the target group and they cannot be implemented, then that means we're doing nothing here. So yesterday what was discussed and what was proposed in terms of participation, this is a convention. And there has to be an obligation on both sides. Any more questions before we close that? I don't want to be provocative. I would like to thank you for this. The elephant in the room, 67% of the people who said that they felt that the municipal plans we have to create mechanisms for things to change. So, and this is prerogative not only for the members of the panel, but how do we use the word participatory? Do you think by using the word participatory that can bring about change? That's a question. First of all, thank you very much that we put the word there. That was the intention. So this is a specific project in this, and we wanted to highlight this dimension, and because it's a dimension that should be addressed, and we want to confirm this. We felt that it was something that could be improved, and we wanted to confirm this. The public policy is for this, and so this means that, as Claudia said, that there's a lot of room for improvement, and there's a conference today. That's the raison d'être of the conference today. And so we have to change things for the next generation. This is today the objective of the work today. If we manage to do this, then it depends on the energy that we can create in this energy. The workshop was very good. There was a great energy there. There was a number of ideas that we will be able to discuss throughout today's work. So to conclude, we have up to 2024 to make these planes more participatory. Do you think that it's possible? and what conditions and future and what actions are necessary for the plans can be implemented and be fully participatory to 2024. So the communion of all these five factors of change, with all this together, can we actually bring about something? So I quoted Fernando Cat. I'm going to quote somebody else, Elena Gazeta. And no doubt you all know, she said something that for me was very important. For us to be able to reach something, we have to place the bar very high and then try and jump over it. We may not jump over the bar, but we have to do this. So here, I am convinced that we're going to do this, and that is a great energy for this project. So, just let me answer my colleague. I worked with municipalities, and this is a name. Participation is a name. I don't know whether it's going to make a difference. But the fact that they're all involved, there's a great intention to involve the migrants in all measures, in all councils, and all public policies. That is for the last 9 years.
So we're not starting from scratch. These municipalities have developed this plan, making an effort to involve all, but we can always create better conditions. We need to improve certain aspects, variables which are not mentioned, constraints regarding funding. So there's quite a lot to do, but I think we are all working towards a same purpose. And I'd like to focus on the immigrant side. I'd like to focus on that side because in a society with 100 people, there's only one activist. And in a society with 1,000, there's only 25 people that are truly interested in matter concerning the community. Yesterday, we spoke about the many challenges and difficulties in their daily life so that people can participate. How much time does a mother, a father, or a young person has to spend with us to participate? Maybe we should transform the participation moment into others, but to consider it as beneficial, as being an advantage for people, not to participate to be paid, but knowing that they can spend the day in an association that contributes to development. And again, the immigrant part, believing as that person said, I can't live at the Ivory Coast and think I can come to Portugal and that I can actually participate. Where did I see that I could create this participation act? I met a person in a library and I told her to read the Portuguese constitution, and I found an article. If they're not terrorists, thugs, or robbers, they can join and develop something. Maybe immigrants should be educated, empowered to identify what exists in Portugal in terms of constructive forms for participation. Good morning. The key word in this conference is most likely empowerment. And empowerment is carried out, it's done step by step. I remember women's women and their role in history. Miguel Graça was a companion of mine with the many struggles and these comparative analysis of exchanging views of different countries, and to say that the language is a channel that brings us closer of empowerment. And yes, we have to know, yes, we do have to know how to speak Cape Verdean, and they themselves have to know how to speak our language, because this is a way of coexisting. Last intervention, so that we can go on to the last panel. Thank you very much. Well, congratulations for your... I'd like to congratulate the different speakers. And I have a question, and I want to be a bit provocative. We spoke about the conceptual viewpoint of municipal plans, but I want to go further and speak about the themes linked to the participatory plans. I'd like to speak about integration, because there are themes, different themes in integration that can show a better or worse integration of the migrant community at a local level. There's one which is specifically interesting, mentioned, flourished on. Did you cover these themes foreseen in these different plans? Political representation, the integration of the migrant population can be at different levels, education, health, but I don't see a lot of time in municipal plan in terms of political representation. I don't see much participation, because migrants in Portugal, studies have shown it, even in theory, in paper, well integrated, do not participate politically. So it's what is missing in terms of integration. Nobody wants to speak about it, because part of the demonstration of integrating the migrant population is for it to want to participate at a political level, either local, national, and I see that this is missing. There are some aspects at a constitutional level, but at a local level, representation is guaranteed, either participation in voting. However, data roughly points to the fact that migrants do not vote. And why? Did you think of it? Did you think about this this question in your municipal plans, this lack of participation, public participation in political life? Unfortunately, it's cross-cutting to Portuguese society. Has a particular incidence between refugees and migrants, and I think we're speaking about the same study, the Observatory for Migration. At the end of December, there was a report stating that there was a weak political participation in this area, and for intersectional reasons, different ones. Either these populations are in a vulnerable situation, at the same time they're foreigners, work, precariousness, and so on.
Explicar pouco. Agora, o número eu por acaso trouxe-o, porque estava à espera de que esta questão surgisse, ser também outro elefante, que é fantástico surgir, que era que ainda 59% dos estrangeiros residentes em Portugal, ainda que sejam elegíveis para votar, estes 59%, na realidade só 8% é que têm direito a voto porque se encontram recenseados. Portanto, é um valor muito baixo. E daqui, destes que se encontram recenseados, ainda há uma percentagem menor que vota. Estamos a falar de um fenómeno absolutamente marginal. Sendo que a nossa legislação e o nosso enquadramento constitucional permite que, de facto, possam participar nas eleições locais, tanto eleger como ser eleitos, isto é uma realidade que percebe-se por um lado, mas também é de algum modo incompreensível. Parece que não existe quase o conhecimento de que isto pode acontecer. Até houve nas últimas eleições autárquicas, por acaso o ACM julgo que fez uma campanha nesse sentido, também em conjunto com a Comissão Nacional de Eleições, no sentido de explicar, e já me estão ali a dizer que sim, eu tinha essa sensação, de passar essa mensagem, e em várias línguas, para as comunidades, correto, estou a dizer tudo bem até agora, relativamente a esta matéria, isto é, da capacidade de ser eleito e eleger. Mas há muito trabalho para fazer aqui. Não é? Portanto, isto é também um tema que agradeço que contamine, portanto, a questão da representação política é muito importante. Eu, como disse há pouco, sou também eleito local e na Assembleia Municipal de Lisboa ou na Câmara Municipal de Lisboa temos também um fenómeno marginal de representação de pessoas racializadas, estrangeiros, etc., nesta Assembleia. Portanto, se vemos isto na Assembleia Municipal de Lisboa, em muitas existirá também, até porque a área metropolitana de Lisboa tem também uma alta percentagem não só de presença de população residente estrangeira, mas também com algum destes problemas interseccionais que possam não ser estas ligações podem não ser tão fortes e, portanto, haveria uma maior oportunidade de surgirem na representação política. E não surgem. Não é? São raríssimos os casos. Não é? Temos mesmo que fechar este painel. Eu peço desculpa de fazer este papel, mas tem mesmo que ser e passarmos. Vou pedir à Cristina da Silva para vir ter connosco e podermos continuar. Obrigado. Irei só enquadrar brevemente, só enquanto fazemos aqui os trabalhos de transferência de mesa, dizer que nós convidámos também, além da Cristina da Silva, que veio de Dallas, como já foi dito, e agradecer aqui à Embaixada dos Estados Unidos mais uma vez. Convidámos também outras duas pessoas a participar, que infelizmente não puderam vir. Uma delas será o Daniel Costa, do Economic Policy Institute, que é um think tank em Washington, e que precisamente a sua área de especialização é a área das migrações. Nós pedimos que ele gravasse um vídeo, que era a maneira tecnologicamente mais segura de estar aqui hoje, e que vamos pedir para passar. A seguir, teremos também um vídeo, pelas mesmas razões, do Jorge Zavala, que é o Western Regional Manager do Welcoming America. O Welcoming America, como referi na minha intervenção inicial, é uma organização não governamental e sem fins lucrativos que ajuda na assistência técnica a fazer o Welcoming Plans. Portanto, ajudou aqui a cidade de Dallas, como veremos. E depois, no final, teremos a intervenção da Cristina da Silva, que está aqui ao meu lado, que é a Welcoming Communities and Immigrants Affairs Officer do Office of Equity and Inclusion da cidade de Dallas. Espero que tenha dito bem e muito obrigado também pela vossa presença para este painel.
Olá, colegas. Sou Daniel Costa, sou um advogado e investigador. Trabalho por um think tank, um instituto de investigação, nos Estados Unidos, em Washington, D.C., mas eu sou baseado em Califórnia. É um grande prazer e honor estar com vocês, apesar de ser só virtualmente. E, bem, agora vou mudar para inglês para poder expressar-me um pouco melhor. So sorry for that, but I think this will work better. So I was asked to give a brief overview of the U.S. immigration system and maybe touch on some recent issues. So if you'll forgive me, I'm going to share my screen and show you my slides. And here we go. So starting off with just the number of migrants around the world, there are 281 million migrants, and the United States hosts 51 million migrants out of those 281 million, which means that, despite the fact that immigration is hotly contested in the United States, despite the fact that it's controversial and has become a topic in basically every single political race almost in the United States, the U.S. is still the immigration nation. U.S. is 4.2% of the world's population, but hosts 18% of all migrants worldwide, almost a fifth. Although the share of immigrants as a percentage of the population, is not as high as it is in some other countries. This here is a pie chart showing the makeup of the foreign-born population by immigration status. These are the different statuses in the U.S., and I will go into each of these. So you can see that nearly half are naturalized U.S. citizen, about a quarter are lawful permanent residents. These are permanent immigrants. And then nearly 1/4 are unauthorized. I think the U.S. is probably unique in having such a high share of immigrants who are unauthorized. And then about 5% are on temporary visas. They're temporary residents. So just an overview of the pathways into the U.S. In terms of lawful permanent residents, which are permanent immigrants, or what we often refer to as green cards. I'll be using that terminology here for this presentation. It's very commonly used in the U.S. So you have family-based green cards. These are people with family sponsors. It could be a spouse, a child, a parent, a sibling. You have employment-based green cards. These are people coming as permanent immigrants to work in a particular job, usually. You have the humanitarian pathway, which can lead to a green card or be temporary. You have the diversity lottery. I won't speak too much about that. That is a program that's in place. It's 50,000 green cards per year for people who come from historically underrepresented countries in terms of U.S. immigration. And then you have temporary visitors and workers, which I'll talk about, mostly temporary work visa programs. And then you have the irregular pathway, which these are unauthorized immigrants who either cross the border without authorization or who entered lawfully, usually with a visa, and then overstayed their visas. So in terms of green cards, permanent immigrants, most have the same rights as citizens or on a path to citizenship if they want to be after a certain number of years. All are eligible to work, mostly without any restrictions. There are about 1 million persons granted lawful permanent resident status in the U.S. each year. Some share a just status, meaning they were already in the United States, and some other status. And then some share are new arrivals, meaning they were outside of the country. So sometimes this is around half and half, but in the last couple of years, about 2/3 have been adjustment of status, while a third have been new arrivals. And then in terms of the share of people coming in through the different pathways, you got about 2/3 that come through the family-based system, 15 to 20% through the employment-based system, 10 to 13% through the humanitarian pathways, and 5 to 8% in diversity and a few other small categories. But the takeaway is that immigration through family sponsorship really is the main or biggest green card pathway. This image here is just a chart that shows you the different numerical limits in all of the employment-based and family-based and other categories. It's actually more complicated than it looks, because some of these numbers, if they're not used, will switch into other categories and vice versa. So that's just you probably can't see this all that well, but it's just a snapshot of that. This is the visual representation of the different shares of the different pathways. And then the chart at the top is the number of green cards issued going back to 1920. As you can see, they've mostly been stable around 1 million for the last number of years, with a dip during the pandemic, but they're mostly back to pre-pandemic levels at this point. Then we have irregular migration. There's about 10.5 million unauthorized migrants in the United States. The size of the population has been on a downward trend since the Great Recession. It's about 1.7 million fewer than the peak at 12.2 million back in 2007. What the other thing to know about the unauthorized immigrant population is that it's a long-term population. So 2/3 have been here for over 10 years, about 1/5 have been here for over 20 years, 20% have been in the US for less than 5 years. That's a small number who were more recent arrivals. So this means that unauthorized immigrants have a lot of family ties to the United States. There are about 4.5 million US citizen children who were born here, who are children of unauthorized immigrants. And what does that mean? That means that many are integrated into communities, and they're not likely to depart anytime soon. Another pathway is the temporary visa pathway, temporary work visa programs or guest worker programs, AKA circular migration programs or temporary labor migration schemes. They have lots of names. These are very important, sometimes controversial. In the US, they authorize the employment of migrant workers by a US employer for a temporary period with what are called non-immigrant visas. In the US, they usually do not lead directly to permanent residence or citizenship. And in many cases, the employer controls the visa, and that leads to a lot of problems because getting fired means becoming deportable. And so the rights of these workers are restricted in many cases. There are many cases of abuse and trafficking through these programs. The main rationale there for temporary work visa programs, there's a number, but the main one is to fill labor shortages. One thing to know about these programs is that although former President Trump, cut the number of green cards in a number of ways, the one pathway that did not get cut under Trump that actually grew were temporary work visas, the only time the numbers dipped was during the COVID-19 pandemic because of shutdowns. This is sort of a visual representation of the growth of temporary work visas. You can see the green part at the very bottom are green cards, employment-based green cards, while the number of temporary visas is sort of expanding exponentially without any real change in the law since 1990. Next, humanitarian pathways, refugees. They're on a path to green cards. Asylum and asylees, they can apply for work authorization after 6 months. They can be on a path to a green card. You have temporary protected status. This is when there's a humanitarian emergency in a country of origin that allows people to stay if they don't have status. It's usually issued for 18 months at a time. You can get work authorization, but there's no path to a green card. Then there's humanitarian parole. This is one that you may have heard of a lot in the news recently. These are temporary protections from deportation, can be a year or two, depending. You do get work authorization, but there's also, again, like TPS, no path to a green card. Some of the recent programs are parole for people from Ukraine. This was recently extended. There's the Uniting for Ukraine program, which is a parole program where you have to have a US-based sponsor, and then you have parole for people coming from Afghanistan. This is just a chart showing the blue line is the sort of target number of refugees for each year in the US, and the orange is the actual number of refugees who came. So you can see there's a big gap the last couple of years under the Biden administration because they've set a higher target, but the actual number that have come in has been very, very low, and that's in part due to the dismantling of the sort of infrastructure that was in place during the Trump administration, and also a shifting of resources to the asylum system based on the current challenges. Top countries of nationality for refugees. These are now shifting over to asylum. This is a chart showing the number of grants of asylum. Asylum can be affirmative or defensive. Affirmative meaning that someone is applying for it, coming forward and applying for it. Defensive is when you ask for asylum as a way to defend against deportation. These are the top countries, just sort of skipping through these. These are the countries with temporary protected status. There recently were about 400,000 people with temporary protected status. There's likely to be 500,000 or more now with new countries being designated and redesignated for TPS. Next, talk a little bit about Title 42. This was under the Trump administration, a public health order issued during the pandemic to essentially stop a lot of migration mostly at the southern U.S. border. What it did was allow the Border Patrol to do expulsions instead of Title 8 deportations, which are the sort of regular process that allows for due process when someone comes to the United States. So an expulsion is you're just turned around, you're not brought in and processed and go through the court system. President Biden and VP Kamala Harris at the time when campaigning for the presidency campaigned against Title 42 and promised to rescind and get rid of Title 42. They didn't do that for quite some time into their administration, and then when they tried, they were sued and had to slow it down. But as you may have read in the news, the big news out here is that May 11th was the date for ending Title 42. And so now we're going to have a new system in place, something to replace it. We have a new asylum regulation, which includes what's called the transit ban. This new asylum regulation is just going into effect now. It's going to sort of remake the asylum system. It's been mostly opposed by a number of rights groups in part because of this transit ban, which requires someone who comes to the US to have asked for asylum in a transit country before they got to the United States. Otherwise, they're not eligible to apply in the United States. There's a number of other restrictions. And then sort of kind of what the administration is saying they're replacing it with, Title 42 with, is also new lawful pathways for people to come in. This includes the types of parole that I was talking about, but other types of parole for people from the Western Hemisphere, including setting up regional processing centers in Guatemala and Colombia so that people don't come all the way to the US border, so they can be assessed there to see if they have any claims to come to the United States. Streamlining family reunification, targeting refugee resettlement for more from the Americas than from other countries. But at the same time that they are putting in place these sort of pathways for some people, for a lot of people, those are exceptions. For a lot of people, there's still going to be very harsh consequences and very harsh enforcement at the border. And then finally, to conclude, just a few words about what's going on politically with immigration. Congress is so gridlocked that they are very unlikely to pass anything in the next 2 years. Nevertheless, there are proposals coming from Congress. Republicans are looking at, and moderates, including Kristen Sinema, who's an independent, have proposed a bill to continue the Title 42 type expulsions. And then just today was passed in the House the Secure the Border Act, which would calls for more Border Patrol officers, more border enforcement, and building more miles of wall on the southern border. From the Democratic side, there's the comprehensive immigration reform bill that has been introduced at the beginning of the Biden administration and backed by President Biden, which is its main key element is to legalize the unauthorized immigrant population. There's also the Dream and Promise Act, which is out there, which is green cards for people with DACA and TPS and other types of temporary status. But really where all the action is going to be, because Congress is so gridlocked, is within the executive branch and within the presidential administration. So there are many, many regulations on immigration that have been proposed and that are going to be proposed and that are in the pipeline between now and the end of next year. Some of those have to do with work visas and other forms of immigration. And then, of course, the executive branch has a lot of authority in terms of the humanitarian pathways that I was talking about, as well as enforcement at the border. And then many of the policies have been challenged in the courts and will continue to be challenged in the courts. And some of these issues and policies are going to go all the way up to the Supreme Court. So with that, I will stop. I know that I glossed over many, many things, but I'm happy to answer questions or to speak more after the conference. Thanks so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me as we discuss multi-sector planning in the Welcoming Network. My name is George Zavala. I'm the Western Regional Manager at Welcoming America, and I'm based out of Austin, Texas. Before we get started, I would actually like to encourage you all to pull out your phones and maybe have your camera app on standby. There will be a few QR codes throughout this presentation that you can take photos of to lead you to our website and specific web pages. So today, I'll share an overview of Welcoming America, our approach and the Welcoming Standard, an overview of some of our programs and campaigns, a deep dive into multi-sector planning in the Welcoming Network, and share our webpage for resources and an email so that you all can stay connected to Welcoming America. So first, an overview of Welcoming America. Welcoming America is a national nonprofit, nonpartisan organization with staff all over the United States. We believe that all people, including immigrants, are valued contributors and vital to the success of our communities and shared future. Led by Welcoming America, the Welcoming Network is a national network composed of over 350 local counties, cities, and community-based organizations. So next, let me talk about our approach and the Welcoming Standard. At Welcoming America, we believe that welcoming is a whole of community approach to demographic change and migration that engages both immigrants and non-immigrants. The outcome creates collaboration between all sectors of the community to systematically reduce barriers for civic, social, and economic participation and foster a culture in which each member thrives, belongs, and prospers. Through the network, we work to change systems and culture by providing communities the roadmap they need to create welcoming policies and share new approaches to inclusion that creates an environment where everyone can truly thrive. We call that roadmap the Welcoming Standard. Developed in collaboration with local governments, advocates, and diverse experts, and with input from the public at large, the Welcoming Standard provides a comprehensive roadmap for immigrant inclusion and welcoming. It has over 75 indicators in a range of essential policies and programs, from language access to hiring practices. It's organized by our framework categories: government and community leadership, civic engagement, equitable access, education, connected communities, economic development, and safe communities. So next, I'll share an overview of some of our programs and campaigns. For the past 5 years, our Certified Welcoming program has distinguished localities for their work. Certified Welcoming is a formal designation for cities and counties that have created policies and programs reflecting their values and commitment to immigrant inclusion. With the Certified Welcoming designation, communities distinguish their local efforts, build a competitive advantage, and gain access to opportunities to share their welcoming practices on a regional, national, and global stage. The Welcoming Interactive is our 2.5-day annual conference. Every year, we gather our members and partners to highlight successful practices and inspiring stories about immigrant inclusion, programs, policies, civic engagement, government leadership, and participations that help communities thrive. This year, we hosted our interactive in San Jose, California, from April 26th through the 28th. Our Rural Welcoming Initiative, currently in its 4th year, is a cohort of rural communities who identify as having a population size under 50,000, working to deepen their local immigrant inclusion policies and programs through cohort building, goal setting, and community engagement. Welcoming Week is our annual campaign hosted every year in September. Through Welcoming Week, organizations and communities bring together neighbors of all backgrounds to build strong connections and affirm the importance of welcoming and inclusive places in achieving collective prosperity. For me, I see Welcoming Week as a way to celebrate one another, embrace our diversities, share our pride through art, culture, tradition, education, storytelling, and conversation. Welcoming Week is a chance for us to send the message that you are welcome here. Check out our Welcoming Week website using the QR code on the screen. On the webpage, you'll find ways to get updates for our 2023 materials, a map of where events have been held in the past, and our 2022 Welcoming Week Toolkit. Another program I'd like to highlight is the Gateways for Growth Challenge. This is a competitive opportunity for localities to receive research support and technical assistance from the American Immigration Council and Welcoming America to improve immigrant inclusion in their communities. We work with localities to formalize a planning team, recruit cross-sector leaders, develop surveying materials, strategies for dissemination, and ultimately use their community feedback to draft a welcoming plan. The Gateways for Growth team has helped over 75 localities undergo this process. So next, I'll go into a deep dive of what multi-sector planning looks like in the Welcoming Network. With the support of the U.S. Embassy in Portugal and in cooperation with Welcoming America and the American Immigration Council, we were lucky enough to host Miguel, Claudia, and Diaby as we visited multiple communities who've participated in the Gateways for Growth program. These communities include San Jose, California, San Antonio, Texas, Dallas, Texas, Lincoln, Nebraska, and Austin, Minnesota. These communities have used their research reports, cross-sector relationships, and community feedback to highlight areas of opportunity for immigrant inclusion in policies and programs locally. Our approach to this planning process, more broadly, is to organize the process, engage partners and community feedback, write and publish local plans, and finally, implement those plans. The first step typically includes laying the groundwork. In Austin, Minnesota, their city council unanimously approved a resolution to join the Welcoming Network and begin formally declaring that Austin should be a city that is guided by principles of inclusion. This act laid the foundation for their strategic welcoming plan. It allowed the Austin Human Rights Commission to begin formally engaging in the Gateways for Growth program, and it signaled their commitment to staffing this initiative. Once you've laid the groundwork, including designing your internal process and timelines, the next step is identifying key participants who can be recruited to create a formal body to lead this work. The folks in Lincoln, Nebraska were able to create their planning committee composed of representatives from the city of Lincoln, Lancaster County, and their New Americans Task Force. The planning committee, made up of 7 cross-sector leaders, then identified an additional 67 community members with a wide variety of backgrounds and professions who met bi-monthly throughout 2021. Each locality forms their steering committee by identifying community leaders who can support in assessing community strengths, needs, and resources, establishing goals and objectives based on detailed assessments, designing action steps for achieving objectives, and finally, measuring progress and evaluating those outcomes. In San Antonio, Texas, the recommendations produced by the working groups through the strategic planning process had significant overlaps between issue areas that address the main 5 types of barriers facing immigrants and refugees in San Antonio. To track the progress made on implementation of the plan, symbols were incorporated to denote little to no progress, some progress or effort initiated, and substantial progress. These plans are a strategy localities can use to create more transparency and communication with wider community to highlight the expected impact and benefits for all community members, both recent arrivals and long-term residents. The city of Dallas, Texas, drafted a memorandum to their city council in an effort to seek a resolution that accepted the recommendation of the welcoming plan and seek recognition as a certified welcoming community. Christina Da Silva, who is with you all today, can share more about the efforts in Dallas, Texas. Hi, Christina. And finally, the implementation, monitoring, and adjusting of plans is a crucial ongoing next step for all communities participating in this process. Well-designed plans involve many partners in implementation, which means there may be significant coordination and often a staggered approach to implementation because some activities may be easily carried out while others require resource development or further design. Plans should be viewed as living documents that can be revisited and from time to time updated in consultation with the community. In 2016, the City of San Jose completed their 8-month process to develop their 3-year immigrant inclusion plan, Welcoming San Jose Plan. As the Welcoming San Jose Plan of 2016 through 2019 came to an end, the team engaged in a deep reflection process, including both an external Welcoming America audit and a 6-month community engagement process to co-design and co-create with community partners an updated Welcoming San Jose Plan for 2021 through 2024, or known as Welcoming San Jose Plan 2.0. So next, I would really encourage you all to use this QR code to check out our resource library on our website. This resource library includes many different toolkits, press release statements, reports, and webinars that you all can access if you would like to learn more about our communities, as well as some of the topics that we discussed. And please stay connected to us. My email is listed on the screen, george@welcomingamerica.org. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you have any questions. I really would like to take this moment to thank you all for the opportunity to highlight some of the incredible communities that make up our Welcoming Network. Thank you all so much. Hope you have a great day.
Bom dia. Bueno, é quase boa tarde. Meu nome é Cristina da Silva. Talvez vocês estão fazendo a pergunta: como é possível que uma americana tenha o sobrenome da Silva? Bom, minha história é uma de migração e de amor. Então, eu nasci no Panamá e cheguei aos Estados Unidos quando tinha 5 anos. Então, na minha casa, falamos espanhol. Depois, eu casei com um brasileiro. E na minha casa, vejamos muitas novelas brasileiras. Então, eu falo mais ou menos. Minha apresentação vai ser no inglês, para que você possa entender melhor. So I'm working with the city of Dallas. I work as the Welcoming Communities and Immigrant Affairs Division Officer within the Office of Equity and Inclusion. And before I start my presentation, I wanted to share our mission within the Office of Equity and Inclusion is to advance equity, inclusion, and social justice so that all Dallasites can thrive regardless of their background. And it's with this mission that I want to share that so that we can have a foundation of understanding that this presentation will be a little bit of a continuation of what George shared about the programs and initiatives and how we as a city have benefited them. And then also a little bit about our work in advancing equity and inclusion. Also some exciting news about the Welcoming Interactive Conference and the Welcoming International, which could be something that you might be interested in participating in. Also, throughout my presentation, I like to include real pictures of work that we have done in Dallas. So at the end, if you want to ask any questions or if there's something that you're interested in discussing more, we should be able to have some time. So as was mentioned, George explained that we have all these different programs that we participated in. I can say that we participated in first the Gateways for Growth Challenge. We've also participated with the Language Access Training Series, the Welcoming Economy Training Series, and the Welcoming Interactive. So we've really benefited a lot from Welcoming America. Even though they're a nonprofit organization, I'll say the US does not have what you all have here. We do not have an ACM. So some organization like Welcoming America serves as a national partner for us. That's very important. So I want to know, has anybody heard of Dallas, Texas? Yeah? Okay. Has anybody been there? I'm curious. Okay, some people know. Great. Of course, Miguel and Claudia and Diaby. I'm curious, can I hear from you? Have you heard anything about Dallas recently in the news? Yes.
The shooting that happened last week.
Yes. So I think it's important to note, we had an unfortunate tragedy this last Sunday. Unfortunately, we had an incident where we had a shooting, and unfortunately, a majority of the victims were Asian, Latino, and immigrant. And there is still an investigation that's ongoing, but it appears that the shooter did have some connections with white supremacist groups. And so it's possible that it might be motivated by hate. And so I think it's important just to name that, because this talks about how important this work is. And in particularly, I think it's even more important that we do this on a local level, within our neighbors and within the communities that we live in. And so I will also share that we started this work in 2017 within the city of Dallas. Does anybody remember what was happening in 2016 in the US? I don't know if you heard the news about what was happening, especially there was a federal election. It was really tense. It was very polarizing. And unfortunately, there was a lot of rhetoric, a lot of talking that was xenophobic. It was anti-immigrant. And unfortunately, that was something that was happening at the federal level, at the national level, that happened also at the state level for the governor race for Texas. And so through that process, the city of Dallas realized we can't expect the federal government to support our immigrant community. We can't expect for the state government. So we have to take this issue head on as a local community. And I'll say, before I get started with our process, I wanted to give some data. I hear there's some researchers here, so I'm excited that we get to be nerds and talk about numbers. So approximately 24% of our resident population is an immigrant. That means they were born in another country. Danielle Costa described some of the breakdown nationally, and that actually kind of reflects more or less our breakdown in terms of immigration status. So 26% of our immigrants are naturalized citizens. That means they're full US citizens, they get to vote, they get to participate in the full system. That means 74% are from a variety of statuses, right? They could be refugees, they could be asylees, they could have a temporary work permit. However, predominantly because of our location close to Mexico and close to the border, a majority are what we say undocumented or unauthorized, or I've heard that you all share the term irregular status. And in the US, that is a very restrictive situation. You not only are not allowed to have a driver's license, you're not allowed to have a Texas driver's license, you're not allowed to benefit from a lot of the federal programs. And so a lot of times that leaves people in the shadows, and they have to go through a lot of informal systems to navigate and experience, life in the US. However, we recognize that even though 24% of our immigrant population, or 24% of our population is immigrants, they actually make an overrepresentation in our economy. So 30% of our workforce is an immigrant. And in fact, 30% of our small business owners are immigrants. We also have data that shows that 42% of our households speak a language other than English. This includes 90 languages. And we have also data on our top six languages spoken is English, Spanish, Amharic, Vietnamese, Korean, and Chinese. So this is all important information and data that we've been able to collect and be able to share. And as we recognize that, wow, our immigrant population is not only a key part of our community, they're helping our economy grow, they're helping our city become a more globally competitive, international, world-class city. Our local government realized we had to do something. And so this is actually my predecessor, my former boss. She's started the program in March 2017. And then in September 2017 was when we received the grant. And I think somebody was asking me, was it something that we had to pay? No, actually, Welcoming America provided a grant that the city provided half of the funding, and they provided the other half. So it was sort of an opportunity for us to kind of get started. We didn't have to put the whole amount, and they helped not only with funding, but also with providing technical assistance, advice, and whenever I needed to cry to somebody, George was there too. So starting with this grant, we were also able to begin mobilizing and identifying individuals who had been doing this work for a long time. So there were a lot of groups, community groups, nonprofit, faith-based groups, individuals who already for decades had been working with the immigrant community. So the city of Dallas was kind of a little bit late to the game, right? We were trying to catch up with already a community group that had already been advocating for this. And so not only with this work were we able to recognize ourselves as a partner with all these individuals, but we were also able to, I think, bring folks together from different sectors. So we included people not only from different diverse backgrounds, about 20–30% of them were immigrants themselves, but we also made sure to include people from our business community, from our hospitals, from our local school system, from our churches, our temples, our mosques, and bringing them together to envision what it would look like for Dallas to be a welcoming city. And so our group, our welcoming task force is what we called it, we reviewed the welcoming standard to kind of get an idea of what is best practice, what are some other cities doing. The nice thing is we don't have to come up with these things from scratch or from beginning. We can borrow and share, which is also why it's exciting to be here, because I'm also going to borrow and share with you all. What are the different ways that the city can partner with external stakeholders to remove barriers and create opportunities in these areas? And so, in addition to reviewing the welcoming standard, we also conducted surveys and listening sessions. To be honest with you, the challenges that you all identified are almost exactly the same that we have. The challenges of participation and helping people not feel the fear of being able to participate in services and access systems. And then also just a lot of the bureaucracy and learning how to navigate some of those systems. So those were barriers that we also identified. And in combination of reviewing the welcoming standard, identifying also local opportunities that we had and that we knew we could leverage. And from that, we developed the Welcoming Dallas Strategic Plan that includes long-term and short-term goals. So our community drafted this and then brought it to City Council and advocated that they adopt it. And I'm really proud to say that in Dallas, Texas, we had all of the city councils say, yes, we want to make this part of our local policy. And that's something that I really try to emphasize. This is not just, words on a paper. This is actually something that we are, by law, obligated to follow. So it's part of our local policy to promote immigrant inclusion. And here's a little bit of a snapshot of the work that we have done. George mentioned earlier Welcoming Week. This is actually, we have a youth commission, and they really wanted to participate in Welcoming Week, and so they made a social media campaign sharing messages of, welcome, you're welcome here in different languages, so that was really cool. We also use our platform to share information and connect residents with resources, especially those that are tailored to immigrants. As I mentioned earlier, a majority are undocumented, and so we have to be creative when it comes to what resources that they'll be eligible for. We also, under Healthy, Safe, Connected Communities, we provide legal services pro bono. I heard a little bit of a conversation, from what I understood, there was a lot of conversation about civic engagement. And more recently, we've been piloting a program to work with nonprofits that provide a stipend to immigrant community individuals that live in the neighborhoods. And so they train the nonprofit, we pay the money to the nonprofit, and the nonprofit trains the immigrant community individual on how to conduct surveys, on how to do motivational interviewing. And so then that immigrant individual goes into their network, their family, their friends, their church, their temple, and they're the ones that conduct the surveys, the needs assessments, and also we train them also on how to apply for services at the city. In reverse, we receive feedback from these immigrant community leaders on how our city can improve communication and messaging, because we know that sometimes the way that the city messages is not effective. It's not the way we should do it. And so these individuals also help a lot with, this is the Esperanza Community Outreach Initiative. Under civic engagement, there was a picture earlier that talked about a naturalization ceremony, and this ceremony is the final step in a person's immigration process where they're literally swearing allegiance to the US and becoming a US citizen. Now, one of the things that we've been working on is having the ceremonies at City Hall. And part of that is to help residents who are becoming citizens have less of a drive to where they have to go to the immigration office. The immigration office is like 40 miles away. For residents that live in Dallas, it will be more like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So it's a little bit easier for them to drive to. But another reason why these ceremonies are important is because people who work in the city get a chance to see the ceremony. And in the ceremony, it's where immigrants from all different countries are literally saying, because this is part of the process, they have to say that they will defend the country against wars. They are going to protect the Constitution. And I think Americans who are born in the US, they take for granted these types of sacrifices that immigrants have to make. And I will tell you, I've seen so many Americans cry because they realize the effort that these individuals are going through. And right away, afterwards, they want to ask me, how can I get involved? And so I think this is important, not just for the immigrant resident, but also so that other people can understand and build more empathy. I know I'm probably going over, but so we have our dashboard. This was mentioned earlier. I think the most important thing about this is we don't construct this by ourselves. We regularly ask our partners, hey, what was this event that you did? Can we talk about it on our website? Can we put a picture on it? So it's actually something that we regularly update and provide information. Just this week earlier, I had to give a presentation to our city council and give them an update on where we are. So there's accountability and transparency. Speaking of data, in addition to the welcoming and inclusion efforts for immigrants, the city of Dallas has also made a commitment to equity for addressing racial injustice. And in the US, this is something that I think is controversial, but it's super important. We recognize through our equity indicators report that certain populations are not given the same opportunities just because of the color of their skin. For example, if you are white, you are 50% more likely to own a house than a black person. And this is, you are researchers, so you know this is controlling for socioeconomic status, this is controlling for education, this is controlling for gender. So everything else is the same. The only thing that's different is the color of your skin. And so the city of Dallas in 2019 published a report. And in a way, it was kind of like, well, in English we say airing your dirty laundry, kind of saying like, here's all the bad problems that we have. But I think it was so important because if you don't name the problem, you're not going to fix it. So we really tried to be clear on here are the disparities that exist in our community, racial disparities. And from that, we had the numbers, right? And so from that, we developed the racial equity plan in partnership with communities. And basically, this is some information about our virtual participation, but I wanted to go to this in person. As I mentioned earlier, we had the data that showed the disparities. We wanted to go to these communities that had been most impacted and host focus groups. So we hosted town halls only in Spanish, which is a predominant language, but also provided interpretation at all of our events. One of the things I like to point out is we went to barber shops where people cut their hair, because that's where people convene. We knew that we couldn't tell them to come to City Hall, we had to go to them. So that's just some of the work that we've done. Because we did so much community engagement, when we passed the plan, we had people coming to City Hall and saying, how are you gonna fund this? You can have papers on a document and you can say that you want, but how are you gonna, where's the money? Show me the money. And so Dallas City Hall agreed to invest in addressing these disparities. So this means that our department that focuses on sidewalks is looking at the data, seeing where are the communities that are most disadvantaged, and prioritizing funds in those areas, because we know that those are the areas that have been historically disadvantaged. And so this is just a snapshot of our budget that has recently been passed. So George mentioned a little bit about the Certified Welcoming Program. All of this work, the Welcoming Dallas Strategic Plan, the Racial Equity Plan, we had that reviewed by Welcoming America. And I say reviewed, it was an audit. It was very serious, intense. I was very nervous. But we had individuals from the community who spoke to Welcoming America representatives and shared honestly what their experiences were. And to be honest, I was really surprised. Everyone was very excited that the city of Dallas was doing this work. And we had people from business, from health, from nonprofit, and they were all saying, we feel like we're doing this work by ourselves as a community organization, but now that we have local government, we feel like we're speaking the same language and we can both work towards a vision together. And so we're the first, they passed us and approved us, and we're the first certified welcoming city in the state of Texas. That's not to say we still have a lot of work to do. And I could go on about this. I could do a whole presentation about the work we have to do, so I'll go forward. However, I did want to say, while we still have a lot of deficiencies and challenges, and we heard a little bit about Title 42, unfortunate event of the shooting, I feel like because we have this infrastructure, we have the ability to address these types of challenges with partners. And one of the ways that we've actually been able to address some opportunities even is most recently, City of Dallas submitted a proposal to host the World Cup in 2026. As you probably know, the World Cup in 2024 unfortunately had a bad reputation and had unfortunate incidents, especially abuses of migrants. And so FIFA, this next round, required US cities to submit a plan on how they would protect human dignity and rights if they were to host the World Cup. And we already had our Welcoming Dallas strategic plan, we had our racial equity plan, and we were able to show that we have a history of addressing these issues. And so thankfully, we were one of the 16 cities that were selected. So in 2026, you guys are all invited to my house to watch the games. We'll see how big my house will be. And leading up to that, George didn't mention this, and I don't know how I feel about that, but Welcoming America also selected Dallas to host the next Welcoming Interactive. And so, again, this is another opportunity that you can come to Dallas and hear about best practices and ideas on policies and programs from all over the world. And this will be in April 2024. So we're pretty excited. We had to compete against 8 other cities, so it was a big competition. And finally, I wanted to close. Welcoming International is a program from Welcoming America. They actually work with cities all over the world, including Australia and England and Germany. So I think this could be potentially an opportunity where Welcoming America could also provide support. And their website has great resources and information. but also know that you can always reach out to answer any question. I have a QR code that has my contact information, so you can save it directly on your phone. And I'm happy to open it up for any questions if we have time. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. For logistical reasons, we'll have to do a small change in the program. So we'll go for the coffee break, then we return, and at the end of the next panel, we invite Christina to come in the end, and we can make all the questions together. So keep your questions there, and we come back in a while. Portanto, vamos, por razões logísticas, só até ao coffee break, e guardamos as perguntas para a Cristina da Silva para o próximo painel, se puder ser. Obrigado.
Podemos começar? Muito obrigado a todos. Obrigado e bem-vindos de volta deste Café Break. E agora vamos ouvir as práticas, as boas práticas a nível de Portugal, ao nível dos municípios. Então, tenho aqui a Carla Martinho, do município de Oeiras, e a Clara Silva, do município de... Sim, do município de Admira, e a Filipa Batista, do município do Fundão. Então, vão nos falar um bocadinho sobre os seus programas específicos locais e podem começar a se apresentar e depois passar à apresentação. Obrigado.
Muito boa tarde. Queria fazer um duplo agradecimento, um triplo. Primeiro, à organização, pelo convite que fez ao município de Oeiras para estar presente. O segundo agradecimento é agradecer à organização a avaliação que somos uma boa prática. Como eu referi com o Miguel, falei com o Miguel, o que eu venho trazer é mais uma reflexão sobre os planos no município de Oeiras, mas neste momento não temos ainda um plano em execução, e agradecer a vossa presença e paciência para me ouvirem. Começava por apresentar um pouco, para quem não conhece, o município de Oeiras, que é um município que tem uma elevada qualidade de vida, tem 9% de concentração de PIB, toda uma série de elevados estándares de vida e de viver e de trabalhar, mas que só consegue chegar a este nível pelas pessoas que lá vivem. E é nesse sentido que eu trago aqui um pouco a reflexão da importância que têm sido as pessoas migrantes para o concelho de Oeiras. Como diz ali, as pessoas migrantes são cerca de 8,6% da população residente. E temos nacionais de países terceiros, migrantes europeus, portanto temos uma grande variedade, temos refugiados. Aliás, aquele número que ali está referente à Ucrânia, se pensarmos no final deste ano, será muito superior, porque nós, em abril, nós tínhamos recebido 650 pessoas refugiadas da Ucrânia, portanto, é um número que está subvalorizado, mas todas estas pessoas são importantes pelo contributo que elas trazem para o município, quer porque vivem, quer porque trabalham, quer porque estudam. Nesta área, precisamente por causa disso, o município achou sempre importante ter instrumentos de política pública para ajudar na sua integração. No fundo, ajudar todo esse processo, que nós sabemos que pode ser complicado, para quem vem de fora e vem para um país totalmente novo, muitas vezes sem retaguarda familiar ou de amizades. E o nosso primeiro plano para a integração de migrantes data de 2015. Teve a vigência de 2015-2017, foi apoiado na altura por um FEINT, e conseguiu-se, no fundo, um instrumento que foi o primeiro instrumento política pública em Oeiras que congregou um conjunto de entidades em prol de um objetivo comum, que era a integração das pessoas migrantes. O segundo instrumento é o Plano de Desenvolvimento Social. Optámos, quando o plano acabou, integrar a temática das migrações dentro do PDS, Plano de Desenvolvimento Social, e vou falar um pouco mais à frente. Não funcionou muito bem, porque sentimos que não há um compromisso com o PDS como existe com o plano municipal. Portanto, é mais uma reflexão que eu vos trago. E depois o plano em que estamos, que é uma fase de adjudicação de serviços para um novo plano para a integração de imigrantes, sendo que, e não discriminação, sendo que a nossa proposta, que foi feita superiormente e foi acolhida, é que a vigência acompanhe a Agenda 2030. Portanto, todos os municípios têm que responder aos ODS e os nossos instrumentos, quer na área que estamos a construir no Plano de Igualdade e Não Discriminação, quer o Plano para a Integração de Migrantes, acompanhar, no fundo, os indicadores que depois vamos ter que responder, enquanto município, aos ODS. Voltando ao nosso primeiro plano, portanto, estas foram as várias entidades que participaram no primeiro plano. 9 de forma mais direta, sendo que a Câmara foi a entidade promotora do projeto, e tivemos ONGs da área das migrações, mas também de fora do Conselho, foi o caso do IPAV, por exemplo, uma série de associações. Juntamente com estes, foram os papéis mais formais da candidatura, tivemos mais de 18 entidades envolvidas na sua construção. Foi um momento participativo muito rico. Eu não vos venho trazer aqui execuções do plano, porque acho que não vale a pena, é mais a reflexão sobre a importância do plano em termos das nossas políticas em Oeiras, desde o CEF, o IEFP, o OASES, os agrupamentos de escolas e outras entidades da sociedade civil, não só residentes em Oeiras, mas com intervenção em Oeiras. No âmbito deste plano, uma das obrigações que os municípios tinham, nesta altura nós seguimos, foi a criação de uma plataforma de apoio à integração de migrantes. Esta plataforma decorre das entidades que participaram na construção do plano e acompanharam a sua execução e implementação durante todo o processo. Deste projeto, no fundo do nosso plano, houve também necessidade de conseguir financiamento para algumas respostas. Havia respostas que o município conseguiu financiar, mas outras foi preciso encontrar financiamento externo e recorremos então ao FAMI, que nos financiou algumas das medidas que constavam do plano. A Cláudia sabe que eu já partilhei as minhas angústias com ela, portanto, nós não temos uma boa relação com o FAMI. Por isso, quando este projeto terminou, conseguimos fazer várias atividades. Eu vou mostrar dois produtos que nós produzimos. Decidimos, conjuntamente, que não íamos querer mais FAMI. Por isso, decidimos que o novo plano, e até por uma questão de compromisso do Executivo para com a temática, fosse financiado com orçamento próprio. Portanto, o plano que a Oeiras vai criar é com o orçamento da Câmara que vai produzir. Tem duas coisas boas. Primeiro, não temos aquela obrigatoriedade dos financiamentos, que nós sabemos pode ser muito pesado, e às vezes é mais pesado acompanhar o financiamento que propriamente executar o plano. Portanto, e outra é que é uma forma de comprometer o Executivo, a partir do momento em que está a gastar verbas públicas, que são públicas e são depois publicamente mostradas aos municípios, há compromisso do município para com esta área. Portanto, foi esses dois grandes argumentos para avançar com um plano não financiado. Estes são alguns dos produtos que nós fizemos no âmbito do FAMI. O primeiro ainda no âmbito da execução do plano, que foi um guia dos recursos de Oeiras, porque simplesmente uma das necessidades que foi elencadas no início, a necessidade de ter informação junta em línguas faladas na comunidade. E fizemos um guia de recursos com todos os serviços existentes para as comunidades migrantes em Oeiras, em português, inglês, russo e crioulo de Cabo Verde. Já depois, no término do projeto e no compromisso, de facto, que esta medida surge a partir deste plano, nós construímos um guia de acesso dos migrantes à saúde, que tem duas partes. Esta é mais dirigida a técnicos e associações que trabalham com migrantes, que tem duas partes. Uma em que fala sobre a questão da legislação, como é que se inscrevem as pessoas migrantes nas plataformas, desde nacionais de países terceiros, cidadãos da União Europeia, refugiados. Portanto, tivemos uma ampla... encarámos a migração como um todo, de uma forma mais abrangente e não só nacionais de países terceiros. Porque isso é outro problema que temos em Oeiras, que é, se pensarmos no número de nacionais de países terceiros que integram as nossas comunidades migrantes, é residual. O que coloca um outro constrangimento quando queremos fazer as candidaturas, porque podemos pedir um financiamento gigantesco, quando só pedimos depois justificar X pessoas. Portanto, isso é um problema que temos. Daí uma recomendação que eu acho que vem também um bocadinho no que se falou há bocado, que é uma maior diversidade de financiamentos. Porque em Oeiras, por exemplo, fazia-nos sentido nós temos uma linha que pudesse integrar medidas para atividades ou programas para cidadãos da União Europeia, ou que tenham outros, ou que não sejam nacionais de países terceiros. Portanto, Como eu referi, terminou o plano e o que é que nós sentimos? Estávamos na altura a construir o plano de desenvolvimento social e pensamos, não, de facto, se queremos que a temática das migrações entre no ADN, no edifício do município, o importante é integrá-la, de facto, no plano de desenvolvimento social, que no fundo é a matriz de intervenção do município. E, de facto, nós fizemos, conseguimos, através disso, criar um grupo de trabalho, a partir daquela plataforma de apoio à integração de migrantes, um grupo de trabalho já com uma dimensão mais conselhia e que decorre também da rede social de Oeiras, portanto é um dos grupos de trabalho da rede social de Oeiras, em que otimizamos para a implementação deste plano de desenvolvimento social a rede portuguesa das cidades interculturais, que a Oeiras integrou desde final de 2018, que é uma rede que tem uma componente portuguesa, mas que integra o programa das cidades interculturais do Conselho da Europa, e a Oeiras integra a rede portuguesa e tem sido muito rico porque tem tido momentos de partilha com outros municípios que têm trabalhos na área da imigração, nas várias áreas, desde, por exemplo, de resposta na área do emprego, ou da habitação, ou da participação. Portanto, tem sido uma partilha muito rica para nós e temos aprendido muito no seio desta rede. Portanto, caso tenham curiosidade de ver o que é a rede, eu convido-vos a ver um bocadinho do que se faz e a mais-valia que pode ser participar neste projeto. Além de que, às vezes, há pequenos financiamentos em que as cidades podem participar para conseguir concretizar alguma das medidas dos seus planos. Integramos também o projeto piloto Integrar Valoriza, também foi importante para nós e, aliás, decorrente do protocolo no âmbito deste projeto piloto, nós comprometemos a fazer o nosso plano para a integração de imigrantes. Isto já foi no ano passado, se não ver, que nós comprometemos. Portanto, quando decidimos avançar para o nosso plano municipal, ancorámos um bocadinho no que nos tínhamos comprometido com a ACM quando assinámos este protocolo. E a rede social de Oeiras, como sabem, as redes sociais, no fundo, congregam todas as entidades que estão nos territórios e consegue-se, no fundo, potenciar um bocadinho os recursos que nós sabemos são parcos, mas consegue-se ir gerindo as situações à medida que elas surgem. Estes são alguns recursos que nós temos. Portanto, nós criamos um espaço no nosso site sobre a interculturalidade, em que colocamos os produtos que nós produzimos, os produtos que a ACM produz, portanto, os guias, para, no fundo, ser um recurso para quem queira saber um pouco mais das áreas. Divulgamos os nossos CLIME. Neste momento, nós temos uma rede de 3 centros locais fixos e o móvel, sendo que estamos agora a pensar na sua reestruturação, porque os CLIME, se pensarmos, há uns que fazem mais atendimentos que outros e há colegas que, neste momento, nós temos um CLIME, por exemplo, que está a fazer muito o trabalho de acompanhamento dos migrantes que já se regularizaram. Desde, por exemplo, o acesso à segurança social, respostas podem ser dadas pelos serviços públicos, por exemplo, as juntas de freguesias, quando precisam de apoio, alguma declaração. Portanto, e, no fundo, estamos internamente a pensar um pouco como é que podemos mudar agora o conceito dos CLIME e como é que vamos operacionalizar aqui para a frente, porque, como sabem, nós não temos muitos recursos e os recursos que temos nós somos todos mais velhos e as pessoas estão-se a reformar, portanto, e tínhamos 2 colegas dos CLIMES, uma já se reformou e o outro está prestes, portanto, temos que arranjar aqui uma solução para este problema. E de referir também a importância de termos entidades no nosso território que trabalham esta temática e dão elas próprias apoio à integração de migrantes. Falo, por exemplo, da Associação Cultural Batutuieto, que está em Caxias, que tem um serviço de apoio aos imigrantes. Falo, por exemplo, da Associação de Mulher Angolana, que está em Carnaxide, ou a Associação de Imigrantes Mundo Feliz, que estão, por exemplo, em Algés. E muitas vezes a primeira porta, que, por exemplo, estou a pensar o grosso dos imigrantes brasileiros está a correr ali ao Conselho, grande parte deles está a ir para Algés, porque é o passa-palavra. E são associações que têm muito trabalho nesta área. E mesmo no tempo do Covid, em que eles sentiram na pele o desespero das pessoas que estão sem nada, eles conseguiram dar respostas mesmo a nível de cabazes alimentares e outro apoio que as pessoas imediatamente necessitavam. O desafio que nós encontramos até aqui, para já, primeiro que tudo a pandemia. Não é? A pandemia foi um grande desafio que nós encontramos e as associações de imigrantes aqui foram parceiros fundamentais. Porquê? Porque eles tinham uma interação direta com as pessoas e davam apoio alimentar, roupas, bens de primeira necessidade. E para isso, o que é que se fez? O município criou um plano e financiou as entidades para poderem também associações de migrantes para poderem apoiar as pessoas que eles recolhiam. E depois, mais recentemente, a invasão da Ucrânia pela Rússia, que nos trouxe para o Conselho centenas de refugiados, que nos colocou, logo para além de todo o apoio imediato que é preciso, nos levou a ter a integrar o programa Porta de Entrada, que o município aderiu recentemente. O plano que temos em construção. Estas algumas reflexões. Como foi dito aqui, como sabemos na criação dos planos, tem que ser um processo participado. E nesta adjudicação de serviço nós vamos fazer, porque nós não temos recursos para o fazer, vamos externalizar este projeto. Vamos definir já um conjunto mais alargado de áreas de intervenção, ou seja, um grupo mais alargado de destinatários para a recolha para o diagnóstico. Nomeadamente, nós temos em Oeiras o programa Oeiras Solidária, que reúne um conjunto de cerca de 200 entidades do setor público e privado que trabalha a responsabilidade social. Portanto, é uma parceria que até aqui não estava muito capitalizada, mas é uma das prioridades do novo plano, é ter também intervenção esta área, no fundo é potenciar os recursos que o Conselho tem. Como eu referi, acompanha a Agenda 2030 e, entretanto, pré-diagnóstico vai ser feito pelo plano, nós vamos acompanhando as necessidades das entidades. E estas são algumas delas. Por exemplo, a questão do... Isto não é só...
And this is not only for us, Waidish, it's... So, municipal undertakings are full, so we need to think up to what extent we can provide response. Not in social housing, we're going to try to find workaround solutions. Another problem, which has been referred quite a lot when we speak with association, there's a communication. There are communication flaws in and out. So we need more moments where communication can flow, more moments of sharing, and microsites were mentioned where there's information about the council and people just can click and discover what exists. A greater decentralization of public services, instead of people going to these services because public transportation is not easy and the cost as well. Why not decentralize as the Alien and Border Services does? But these are essential aspects. Considering concentrating information, many guides, many good practices, unfortunately not known. We need to invest more in communication, and that the plan foresees extreme situations, because we have to, as we've learned with COVID, we have to be prepared in terms of foreseeing problems and what losses can be incurred. Co-creating programs for the councils with migrant associations and entities on the ground. And also an important reflection is on interculturality, where it wants to be known of its interculturality, which will be the pillar of our plan. Thank you very much, Carla. So let's move on and listen to Odmira, the Odmira municipality. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Clara Silva, chef. I'm head of the social department. I would like to thank the invitation addressed to the municipality. It's always a pleasure to be able to learn from your experiences and share them with you as well. In terms of migration, Odmira has a singularity context, and therefore that's why it's important to participate at such events and listen to international national practices that help us out to cope with the reality that exists in Odmira. Before speaking about how we implement the three integration plan, just to mention some aspects about the migratory characteristic. It was the only council in Alentejo that increased its residents, more than 3,500 residents, from 26,000 to 29,000, and so in 2021, which corresponds to an increase of 3.3. As you can imagine, it's significant for a council in Alentejo, since Alentejo loses a population. Odmira represents 37% of its population. 11,000 are legalized migrants. We're aware that we have a lot of undocumented migrant, from 300 or so thousand during that year. 15,000 in the Beja district. 68% lives in Odmira. We've felt this also with the Ukraine refugees. Chose Odmira to live. And present on the territory, more than 89 nationalities like India, Nepal, Bulgaria, and Thailand. So Odmira, I don't know if you know where it's located. It has the best beaches. We have the mountains, we have the coastline, we have the best beaches, and you're always welcome to visit Odmira. And this is a very present reality. That is 37% of the population being migrant. In a culture, they're mostly Asians with a different religion than ours. It's a reality in the streets, in schools, very present near the coastline, where farming, the farming sector is located. It's quite a challenge for other entities. It's a constant daily challenge to cope with this reality. So in the last years, the Odmira territory municipal plan for the integration of migrants have been a response, and all entities that daily work with this population in different areas of intervention. So it's work based on, and this message I want to convey to you during my talk, it's based on the local committee for interculturality. This is where everything is discussed, defined solutions, commitments. The word commitment is very important. Builds commitments so as to implement the measures included in the plan. This collaborated methodology contributes to the development of more effective strategies in hosting migrants. The migratory reality is not a recent one in Odmira. Since the 90s, in the last century, it's a destination for many foreigners, and is aware of this phenomenon. For the municipality, it's an opportunity. Cannot be seen as a problem. It's an opportunity for the territory. Initially, it hosted Ukrainian, Russians, and others, and now more recently, an Asian population. And now it is changing, and it's because we are aware of the challenges that this reality since the hosting and integration of that population that chooses Odmir to work and to settle, that since 2015 we started by implementing these plans, and which will be implemented until the end of the year, that is the third plan. The general objective, maybe I shouldn't mention everything. The general objective is to promote the hosting integration of the citizens with the involvement of local actors and different committees, ensuring strategies, equal opportunities, a socialization process guaranteeing social peace, encouraging their integration in a participated, structured way. Specific objectives to ensure such, develop measures, improve responses, facilitate the access to health care, improve communication between public services and migrants. And let me open brackets on public services. On the public services, Felipe knows what I'm going to say. The pressure on public services in Odmir it's a huge one, especially because the tax administration, social security are located in the same street. People are queuing. It's been quite a struggle. The mayor has been struggling so that Odmir is looked at in a different way. Civil servants working in these structures, we try to do everything online instead of going physically. Doesn't happen with the migrant citizen. There's rotation. There are always people arriving to Odmir, leaving. So the hosting challenge we're trying to give a response to, and as you can imagine, integration is a greater challenge. So specific objectives to promote a greater intervention in local community, promote the migrant women role, very difficult to work with these women, make aware and children and youth in terms of respecting differences. And so we've identified several issues, economic, socially, politically. We've identified certain areas of intervention, housing, entrepreneurship, empowerment, culture, and so on, solidarity, social solidarity, physical participation, media, racism, discrimination, international relations, religion, and gender. The third plan that we're finalizing has included 51 measures, and I think we need to reflect on it. Claude and Monica, these are many measures. Maybe the team's assessment, opening bracket, maybe 51 measures are not necessary, and the challenge that these smaller teams are faced with, maybe not to have that many measures, but maybe focus on a smaller plan, on a shorter one, so that all our energies are spent in measures that will generate an impact and provide a response to what we seek. In terms of methodology, the diagnosis, a local diagnosis as well, according to these different interventions. Diagnosis was the basis of this development, and the measures developed will create an impact and being effective. Impact also for us is quite important, and it's a daily, it's part of our talks, and so a strategic operational dimension was defined, aligned with some objectives and the entities involved. The methodology adopted, and the lady's reading very fast. which can only be solved or mitigated through an integrated governance, which is another concept in old media, which is quite important, while a sustainable construction process to manage problems with efficiency and effectiveness, collaboration, participation. These are words which are extremely important and need to be enhanced. As I've mentioned at the beginning, the local committee for interculturality, where everything happens, it was a form created for the plan's design, constituted by different partners, such as public entities, municipality, health centers, authority for working conditions, alien border services, social security, tax administration, police forces, and so on. Private sectors as the agriculture sector, hiring most of the migrants, and we have no migrant association in Old representing migrant citizens. One was established, but this community leader came to live in Lisbon, and so in spite of the fact that this association was established, no dynamism. And this needs to be thought of in terms of the committee working with us. This is very important. Companies, we were able to involve the larger enterprises equipped with social responsibility. Not all. I'm not going to say that everything is fantastic with enterprises in Old Media, but we're lucky enough to have a lot that understand their farming impact, and want to work closely with the partners for the hosting integration of this population. This has revealed to be quite important.
So in the local committee for interculturality, it's fundamental. It's a structure which, throughout the whole process, contributes to collaboration, exchanges experiences, and it builds up solutions, commitments for the implementation of the 51 measures. So basically, the collaboration begins from the diagnosis to the implementation of measures and the construction of an action plan. And it's not only this commission, but I think it's got 30, 40 partners under this commission. And there are subgroups. So these subgroups or working groups are very important. So here I'd like to show you some of the activities that has some impact on that we have developed throughout the 3 plans. And the first one was the integration of immigrants, of migrants. We had a Alteo show. The choreographer was Madalena Vitorina. It was a street show, and the show was for migrants present in the territory and to have an impact on the host community. So it was a different, occurred in different areas, different outside. And so the main aims was to make the population aware of the richness of interculturality and exchange experiences and knowledge, and so to bring the communities closer. And so we also would like to point out the elaboration. I'm not going to go into this. So, for example, access to health, education, social security. We've already spoken a little about this, the question of the translation, which is always important. And the third plan the two measures, one for us, which is the one that has the greater impact, which is the team of mediators, which has an Indian co-group, which supports the local entities. And so the support has been fundamental in the services, in the social security. So the use this team in order to translate things and mediate this, not only in terms of the translation, but a sort of relationship of trust. So the cultural difference that exists between this us and the Asian community. And then we have another measure which was immersive theatre, click on humans in Santirdoni, which is a parish with more immigrants, and which is one of the activities that was for the host community. So it's a dark room with 15 people, I believe, each time, and so when there are 3 or 4 stops, and it's so I didn't understand the language, and so it was this. I didn't know whether these were the documents that had to be handed in. So this is what this sort of play of dramatization is about. The difficulties that immigrants go through. So these 2 activities in this plan were those which were more important, and I think that people really enjoyed them and made them aware of the situation. And so Odmira is so small, so the people really needed to go through this experience. So it's a methodology. So Odmira has used this methodology of art in order to convey a message. And arts and culture have been used in schools as well. And this has been very important for us. So I'm almost finishing. So after the implementation of the 2 plan and the 3rd one, which is under development, is almost completed. Then there's the implementation in the 2 phases. There's the drawing up the plans, and then the implementation phase of the measures within the scope of which we created partnerships with a partner. And so we managed to create the most appropriate measures. As you know, we make a plan today for 3 years, but the reality for the media in 6 months and a year is going to be completely different. We've already talked about this. Plans have to be flexible. That is important, and we are aware that each plan was implemented based on the previous plan. And to conclude, so the migrant integration municipal plan contribute to the strategic development, and in the case of Almeria, it's a tool that goes hand in hand with other projects. And so there's another challenge that we have. The plan is for MPTs, and Almeria has a different reality. In the inland, we have to look at the citizens from the north of Europe, so we have to welcome them in our territory. And so this is important for us to think about throughout the day. That is to have other plans, measures, projects. And Almeria obviously doesn't work alone. We work with Piper, who is a partner. It's our financial partner. It develops projects and has a number of different programs. It's the entity responsible for climate And the municipality is with all these responsibilities, and only this way, working with others, can we integrate the migrants. And so that's for Almeida, not for all councils, but the challenge of integration is huge. Monica Correa is always working in the area of migration. It's not only the plan, we have other projects, and we have one person who works with Monica. And so human resources is a very important issue here. Another thing I would like to say is it's important to have a municipal executive aware of this question. Almeida is lucky enough to have the mayor's the biggest challenge of Almeida, together with the water and the lack of water. The biggest challenge of Almeida is the importance of it's important to have the mayor on our side to raise these questions every day. So the reality of Almeida is this. So municipalities have to work with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we can move on to Fundão. Felipe Batista, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Hello. So on behalf of the municipality of Fundão, we'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to share our strategy with you and challenges, and to take you to the inside of the country and to show you different ways of looking at Portugal. And so this and then I'm going to show you a photograph of Fundão. Fundão belongs to Cova da Beira, and is between the ranges. Our range, mountain range, is from Gadunia, where the cherries from Fundão come from. And so we have to. It means a lot to welcome these people. So they only go to Fundão to work, and hopefully they will find a place of peace. And so it's 5% of the population is migrants. So these are the data from SAFE. So we're talking about 7 or 8%. And so we're the territory which is well known for its farming activities, and the cherries from them, and that is when they. And so in 2020 we were considered the municipality of the year because of the way it welcomed immigrants. And so it's a great pride, and so it's great responsibility. And so we got third place in the category of cities with less than 50,000. A municipality with one of the 9 countries. So Pedro, which is a very small town, which means that small towns, and that is in the hinterland, are looking at immigration as a way to overcome challenges. And so the Centre for Migrations is a municipal tool that is a centre with residents of temporary workers who come and harvest our fruit, and they have a protocol with the Diocese of Guarda and the ACM. It used to be a seminar, and so it's more ecumenical, and so we have a residency of international students who link to professional education, where we get students from Portuguese-speaking countries, but others too. And in 2008, the humanitarian the challenge of the Barca Aquarius, and so what's special request of Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, is from Funda. And so we're in the Center for Migration. We have an Office for Inclusion. And here I'd like to point out that the importance, that the fact that people have to be, the agents have to be close to the people they work with in order to carry out the inclusion, integration process, and things go peacefully. And so we have a team of 27 people. And all sorts of different hierarchy, everybody necessary to run an establishment of this size. And so we receive groups, different groups, but each person has their needs, and we have to understand things this way. And in this way, the municipal plan for the integration of migrants is another tool for the municipal strategy linked to migrations. And so we made a local diagnosis. We met with many immigrants from local institutions, many new places. The pandemic required that we did things online, but managed to do this. And we're still making diagnosis. Diagnosis is made on a weekly basis, a monthly basis too. And nobody expected that expected the war. The war in Ukraine, we didn't expect to release migrants who looked for better living conditions in Portugal. So the diagnosis is always ongoing. And then we're going to make a final publication. We are going to see how it will be. It'll be an online platform. We are in line with European policy, both national and international, and we worked on the 3 axes with different measures on this plan. I would like to point out something that to be copied from the capital. Lisbon, welcoming Lisbon, and so we're going to break this to Fundão. It's a welcoming land. It's an online platform that brings all the different tools together, both in tourism, residents, and so after a couple of clicks you manage to very quickly integrate everything. That means to get Fundão. So what does it mean, integrate? Integrate means that people become our neighbours, so they're no longer our beneficiaries, and they become our friends. And so the municipality has a tool which is called a pool of houses, and a couple of years ago a number of buildings and homes were rented to welcome immigrants, which allowed these immigrants to make a transition to their own autonomous housing in a very easy way with no constraints. We have social rents, and we have managed to accompany the monthly budget of an isolated single person or a family, and in this way a person doesn't feel alone at the end of the 18 months of the protocol that is helping them when they reach the territory. And so we are also have applications in the gateway. We have 300 homes for to be recuperated, and hopefully there will have 100 people. Integration has also got to do with integration in the working market and in training. So that means that after our mayor insisting with the IEPP, we managed to influence a public policy which required the migrants and refugees to present their qualification certificate, and we all know that it's very difficult for these persons to bring their qualification certificate, and so this is not a document that is really necessary to become part of the labour market. So in the trainings we have an in-house which is there are language courses where there is training which is adapted to the needs of our territory. Our business people tell us exactly what needs required, and so we made training in these three areas, that is, the forestry, trees, and how to prune trees. And so these are teams which are looking after our forests, our migrants that were trained in Fundam. So training is essential. There's loads of ways to do this, and so the public policy of our EFP has not been changed, and so there's a lot more. There's a greater access for migrants to. For migrants to training, and so it was an employment fair in Fundam. This was a model that existed in some places. We'd never had tried it, and in fact the results were absolutely incredible. We managed to employ 89 people on the day of the fair. That is, people had labour contracts signed on that day. We had interviews carried out and scheduled, so that was 219. So the employment fair was very good, and so they came from different neighbourhoods, and 289 NPTs professionally integrated, and this is our team. That's the last photograph you can see. And so these work in the municipality of Fundam. Mediation is fundamental, and we have 8 mediators for the different communities, and so they are the ones who do the translations. Then there's the one who bring us their problems so that we can be analysed and can influence public policies in terms of health, sports, and well-being. We have a Welcome Sports Club, and they challenge us to integrate through cricket, which and so from the people of some of the countries that we receive in Portugal like this game very much. Then on the 18th we've closed the Day of Migrations with a cultural event where we invited a group of Afghans to have a musical group here in Lisbon, and we it was an excellent day. Spirituality is with this action that we carried out last year. We had the month of freedom in Portugal, and we added the word freedom, so we had freedom in faith, and so we celebrated all the different spiritualities existing in Fundam together. And so we had the Catholic Easter, where our parish opened stores to Muslims, and so we had our Catholics celebrating the end of Ramadan, and in this way we opened doors to people who can actually see that spirituality is important and it can be carried out safely in different communities. And so we celebrated peace, and we showed how religion can welcome people in its territory. Finally, we had the challenge of the creation of a Migrants Association, which occurred 2 months ago. Fundam has an association of Brazilian migrants, and so it's the most representative nationality in the territory. And with this, we're going to try and get other communities to act, and so hopefully there will be a political action in our municipal assembly, and they will be able to intervene in the territory in different ways. So we have also a community that looks at gender equality, and has training aimed more at the question of migration. And so gender equality plus migration, which work together. And we are the only national newspapers. And once a week we have a newspaper on immigrants, and the media fundamentals work on the welcoming issues. And in terms of community life, we had, that is the International Day of Educated Cities, where we had a number of immigrants listening to the executives and see what should be changed. And some of the measures that was identified by young Muslims was the opening of a halal butcher. We have a slaughterer who is going to make an agreement with some Afghans, and we're going to be able to offer our meat to the Muslim community. Then we have some coming activities, the Radical Day, Day of Africa, Day of Neighbours, and which will take place in one of the older streets in Fondão. And this intergenerational socialization with migrants, where each one offers what they have at home, is a very important moment for our city and has an extraordinary impact, and we are going to repeat it. So the municipal plan and the whole municipal strategy is helped by many applications, and so we have a whole number of applications of family. We have Claim, and then the last one is the migration. And I enjoyed listening to Catarina because Migração, that's the program. The purpose is to create a network in the Cova da Beira, and so we are going to be inspired on what is done outside, and it's great to see that we have an example to follow. A number of partnerships to Speak Fundão, another way of learning the language, and so we have 20 groups working in the city of Fundão, which is an extraordinary impact, a different way of learning Portuguese language, and we have our contacts, and we have a responsibility which not only the fundamentals of the Fundão, but the fact that we are recognised in the European Union for diversity. Thank you very much.
Now we're going to invite Cristina to come up and sit next to us, because we want the audience to ask questions on the different plans we've just heard of and see how we can inspire ourselves in the Dallas model. And we've heard a lot of words being mentioned, like financing, about the non-existence of associations. So the ball is on your side. There's a roving mic. Good morning. Afonso Nogueira from CLEAT, Resources and Development. Thank you for sharing with us your practices in a calm way, and mentioning things that didn't work that well. And it's quite important, as well as what Diaby mentioned on Migrant Association, which is my topic. The capacities association should have in implementing municipal plans and in managing this complex social issue that can only be solved inside the community without other aspects. And the support to creation, sustainability, and so on of Migrant Association is quite an enabler. And Carla mentioned the Migrant Association that already exists in Oeiras, but it's not the same reality in other territories. In CLIP, we have a DIPZIP funded by the Lisbon municipality that supports creation, sustainability, and migrant associations. And what we feel we need that push, we need that support so that they are autonomous, that their community leaders are able to base these different policies, municipal and so on, in what way the municipalities or town halls, not this one but others, can help to create and can provide sustainability to migrant association stability, to provide that stability. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank your presentations, which were quite rich. Two questions, brief questions, that is, and very concrete ones, I hope. The first is on the municipality of Odmira. That's my first question. I'm very curious to know that in spite of the pressure, demographic pressure, which is very significant from the migrants, and the flow that exists, the pressure that exists in public services like Social Security, the tax administration. So what I'd like to know, if the state government, central government, was sensitized in a certain way to your specific situation by allowing to increase civil servants. We know that funding is not enough. We know that there are flaws because there aren't enough civil servants. So in addition to these good intentions, are there practices so as to increase the number of employees in those situations you mentioned? Regarding Fundão, I was aware that this was a special case. Fundão was a special case. I heard of it. Being as such, my question is a simple one. Where does this inspiration come from? Practices? Who has inspired you? Political guidelines, the people that are creative, that break the institutional standards. So so how town halls can help to create any empowerment of making communities more organized. Briefly, in Whitish, we have a financing plan supporting, including migrant associations or other entities for annual fees, costs. In addition, greater capacity building is foreseen for this association. Basic projects such as how to connect a computer, because literacy, IT literacy is also a problem. In terms of resident associations, we have projects financed to help people to know how to use a computer, basic things. And this is a concern that the municipality has thought of being important. We have a budget supporting an association, either national or migrant. We promote capacity building to establish associations. This is how ours was established. And to answer your question, we have a president which is quite inspiring, a 12-year. The mayor of Fundão is the one that has inspired us. It started with IT programming, and now we have 17 IT and programming companies allowing to reach 1,500 IT programmers. And then the mayor was the inspirer, was the driver behind this aspect, the humanitarian response. And so with that response, we started with Fundão Innovation, hosting district, and this is essential. Political will is essential for this to take place. In terms of town halls support, creating association, in Odmira, we do not have support for that creation. We support, as any other municipality, we support several entities, association, their, whenever they have, when associations have difficulties, financial difficulties, they come to us. We could always think of providing a specific support for a migrant association. If diagnosed, maybe this could be the direction for a migrant association. Now, if the government is sensitized, well, sensitized, yes. Odmir in the last month shows the many Secretary of States that exist between migration, environment, water, infrastructure. So everybody comes to Odmir from the government, and either they meet with we meet with the executive government. This is one of the biggest challenge at the migration subject. In January, we had members of the government in Santo Antonio where the mayor spoke about the diagnosis. We need 38 new civil servants in our different services. The message has been passed on to the government. They're sensitized now. If they've placed these people, not yet. Through the mobility, that is, those civil servants in the town hall wanting to work in the tax administration, social security, we don't want to undermine what exists. And again, bureaucracy. These entities complain quite a lot. The time it takes to hire a civil servants for the tax administration office in Odmira, social security as well. So we probably need to be a bit more creative to fill in the gaps. And as the government tries to do something, what Odmira has been doing, and we're at a construction stage, we have a pilot project, mobile space. It's not the van, but it's for decentralized care. And so to remove the time it takes for people being in line. So we provided training to a mediator, and Odmira, we need to have someone from Social Security, tax administration, from the health sector, because just to have one person is not enough. It's either we have all these entities, either we have these identities in this mobile space, or then, it will be probably beneficial to increase the number of mediators to try to
make sure I understood the question. So you wanted to know how can we empower immigrant community groups to create their own organization? Yes, I'm good. Okay, so I wanted to just, oh my gosh, thank you. So I want to just start with a quick story. Before working with the city at the time, I worked in an NGO, and part of my job was to train immigrant mothers on early childhood, and for the immigrant mothers to share that information with the families. And the immigrant mothers, they were all undocumented, so they didn't have legal status. They were all, well, exception of one, none of them had graduated from high school. They all were monolingual Spanish speakers. And so, it was pretty exciting to be able to train them, and they were excited to share the information with their neighbors and friends and people that they go to church with. One of the things they came to me with is they said, Cristina, queremos celebrar el Día de los Tres Reyes. We want to celebrate the Day of the Three Kings. And I thought, oh yeah, I know that celebration. And all of them are Mexican, and they said, queremos hacer un caldo. And it's a traditional soup that they make. And if you know, in the US, in January, it's super cold. And where we were going to have the event was a school, and there was a lot of ice. And they wanted to make this big pot of soup and be able to take it from the car to the school and cross over the ice. And I thought, no, this is not possible. You're gonna spill the soup, it's gonna create a big mess. And they said, no, no, Christina, we can do this, we can do this. And I was like, okay, you guys do it. And of course, they did it. They brought the soup, they told all of their family and friends this was the first time in the city that we've had a celebration of Dia de los Reyes. It started out with 100 families at a school, and every year it got bigger and bigger, to the point where we actually had a local museum, kind of like this, that said, we want to have the celebration at the museum. And it became over 1,000 families. And I just think, if I had said no to the caldo, maybe it would not have grown. So, I mean, I think that's all to say. Sometimes you have to get out of the way. Sometimes we are the barrier. And so, you know, I think that's just, I think sure everybody else shared some good information, but I think we have to sometimes get out of the way.
Olha, muito obrigado a todas e acho que está na hora de ir comer, acho.
É verdade, queria só dar aqui umas indicações, obrigado. O nosso trabalho recomeça às 2h30, onde pedia que estivessem. Há aqui muitas opções para almoçar na própria fundação ou à volta, acho que 1h15, 1 hora dará. A única coisa que me pediram aqui da organização é que não almoçássemos ali ao lado, porque não é o nosso almoço, ok? De resto, obrigado. Pedia só aos oradores que ficassem aqui comigo, porque temos uma mesa reservada. Obrigado então, e até já, às 2h30.
Boa tarde a todos, bem-vindos de volta, agora para iniciarmos os trabalhos também da tarde.
Welcome to this afternoon session. We're going to start the panel on the local participatory plans, present challenges and solutions. The lady will have to speak directly and more closely to the microphone. If not, there will be no interpretation because I can hardly hear a word she's saying. Could somebody ask the lady to speak in? Thank you. So we're going to have Ana Paula Costa from the Casa do Brasil, and she's a researcher of the Portuguese Institute of International Affairs, doing a PhD on political sciences. And so I would like to present the magazine Migrations. Number 18 of the magazine was devoted to the topic of the local integration of migrants from the municipalities of Portugal. And here we have articles from two of our invited speakers, Ana Paula and Inês Gomes. And Inês Gomes is from Torres Vedras, and she's going to tell us a little bit about her experience. And we also have with us, she's not in this magazine because she's in others, the researcher Silvia Leiria Viegas from the University of the Algarve, from the area of architecture, but she works on these issues of migrations and refugees in terms of housing and the housing policy. So perhaps we can start with Ana Paula. So that's it, just the three of us, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start by thank you for inviting the Casa do Brasil in Lisbon, and to say that this incentive is very important because of the diversity of the matters that we have raised today. There are other initiatives, and I think that was very interesting. So congratulations for the project and the activity, and I would like to greet the members of the panel here. I'm going to try and answer because this is a challenge to talk about the challenges and the possible solutions, considering local policy and the municipal plans of integration of migrants. I would like to tell you that the Casa do Brasil in Lisbon participated in the drawing up of the municipal plan in Lisbon, 2022, and the Cascais plan. These are our experiences, and I'm going to talk about the area that we covered and what we consider fundamental. And so I have a number of observations as the subject, and so I'm going to try and reflect on the theoretical and practical experiences I have that may be relevant and you. So I'm going to perhaps raise more questions and giving you solutions. And in terms of the challenges, I think there are some that are fundamental to talk about municipal plans. And hearing the discussions, I think that we are all talking about the same thing. We have to adjust the plans to migratory reality and a local reality, because just the way that the migratory reality changes and there's a permanent change. The flows are there's the different nationalities, different contexts, and so different migratory statuses, and so different genders, colours, classes. So it's very complex, and so we consider that to consider this when we make the plan. But the local reality also changes, and so we have to bring to the territory more of the intercultural diversity. And this is a great challenge for the plans because of the very short period of time, and we have to adapt to migratory reality to local needs of that specific territory. I would say that's the first challenge. Another challenge that I would like to point out here is from the point of view which is more theoretical. It is more far-reaching. It's not so much got to do with my experience in Cascais, but I would say it's a question of Portugal as a whole and the migratory policy, not only local policy, but this would be the dialogue with the public policies in here and the local policies, just like housing, for example, but I'm not going to go into that area. So I'm not going to talk about housing, the problem, but there's a lack of a dialogue and connection with the local public policies. Because quite often what we understand here is that there is not a consideration that the migration policy and local policies and plans are public policies and they are specific policies, but they need to be being linked to global policies. And so there has to be diagnosis of the territories and solutions. And quite often, this for me is one of the major challenges to manage to create a dialogue with all the policies, and because the immigration policies and migrants have the needs, specific needs. So in terms of the intersections that I mentioned, the nationality, the being migrant, gender, religion, culture, and being in the country, they are susceptible to general policies and all the need. Any citizen from Portugal, any citizen from our country also faces immigration. And so it's very important to make this dialogue between specificity and generality. And so in terms of general policy and within the local policies and general policies, another question that was already mentioned there, which is a challenge, is methodologies of participation. The improvement of these methodologies is to treat and consider migrants as subjects that are going to build the local plan, the local responses, because quite often what happens is there's a view a little bit paternalistic aspect, which takes that takes the subjectivity from the person. And so we have to have this patronising. We can't have this patronising aspect. We have to think about migration, think about the local context in which the migrants are included as subjects. And so quite often what happens, and may happen, and we've seen this in an attempt to mitigate this, and that we make the diagnosis for the plan, or when we're going to include immigrants to participate, there are specific questions, or we have to listen to specific questions throughout the process, and we have to keep the participation and implementation, because participation and in municipal plans have to be ongoing. We can only participate just because of the results of the plan. It's a document, but in the implementation we have to involve migrants in the whole process. And when talking about migrants, I'm talking about immigrant associations and the associations which are on the ground, because they are impacted and they receive people and they work with immigration. So, together with this, another challenge is to guarantee the implementation. Why? Because what actually happens, and this is also one of the major problems that we have, is the difficulty to implement everything that was written in the plan for various reasons. So questions of time, which is obvious here, I've already raised questions related to the fact that not to think so much of the implementation and the activities of the plans are very general. And so, and over a certain period of time, it's more productive if we actually think of more objective issues and more general issues from the point of view of the plan. I would say, for example, a question which for me is absolutely fundamental in the basis, as the question is so when we carry out an activity, we have to be very specific. That is, we have to create an office in the town council to listen to immigrants' problems. And so this was one of the activities, was the creation of an office to support migrants. This was the Kashkash municipal plan, and it existed in the Citizens One Stop Shop. And so quite often this question of guaranteeing implementation because of the time and planning, and the question of this time, the question of this activity and answers, but also because we have more general questions and raise. It's not a question, it is a question, but when we are implementing it, it's not as simple as all that. And so to conclude, another challenge is to the continuity of the plans, because what actually happens here is that local government doesn't plan in order to build the next plan. It finishes one plan, and for example, the Lisbon plan, the last Lisbon plan was in 2020, 2022, until now. We're in 2023, halfway through the year. And it doesn't have any idea when the next plan will come out. There's no organisation on this. There's no talks about this. The office closed down, and it is important to continue the continuity of the plan and continue to bring in the answers and solutions that's got to do with the involvement of the migrant organisations. And so why am I saying this? Because it's the fundamental actors, privileged actors with regards to the requirements of migrants. It's very important because see what they can do. They have to create there's a balance in local power, but later migrant associations encourage a municipal plan, and so alone they can't. Migrant associations can't do anything on their own. They can participate and they can be committed to the questions of local policies regarding the integration of migrants. But we have to make a commitment with immigration, and it's not only an utilitarian, but we need that from a political moment of the context participation, and it's a long-term commitment, and this reflects on the possibility to think of the fact that there's no plan, the fact that we don't know when the next plan, Lisbon plan will be, is very significant in relation to this commitment. And that another aspect, thinking about possible solutions, is the involvement of an interdisciplinary involvement in terms of the council, the structure, local government, and because it's possible to have an office open in dialogue with general policies regarding immigration, because quite often there is no awareness, or sometimes there's even ignorance of the migratory reality, and migration suffers the impact of the specific policy. How is immigration affected by the increase of the lack of housing, the rise in price of housing, for example? and you can't have access to the support to housing, and I think that it is a very good example. Another aspect, and to conclude, I would say once again that the question of political commitment. Why? This is also related to the changes of our policies and political forces, which occupy local power, and our experience as an association of migrants. We see a totally different understanding of integration and the question of what is understood as a migratory policy, depending on the part. This all depends on the part that occupies the power in that period, and it's clear that there must be an understanding, a democratic understanding in relation to the democracy. And so, quite often, I'm using the experience of Lisbon because it's possible to say that the change of the political force understood changed the understanding of immigration. I think this is obvious. I mean, those who are not working every day in this relationship, you don't know how it is difficult for the immigration because it changes in terms of our activities, and one of the possible things related to this commitment and to this financing of the activities of the plan, the drawing up of the plan, and how important it is if we think about the way to fund the plan and the implementation of the plan. Because what happens is, quite often, the implementation of a number of activities is under the responsibility of the Migrants Association. An example that was given is, for example, Fundão Council, if I'm not mistaken, but the Casa do Brasil drew up a plan which was Lisbon welcomes. The municipality didn't do this and asked us to do this. We drew up a protocol to implement this protocol, which was part of the plan. But there has to be financing, lines and programming for this financing and the management of this financing, because the other problems that we found was when there's financing, the management is very bad, because it's a great problem because we don't have any sustainability in the preparation of the plans, because we need to set up a policy, and I have to see who's going to implement the activities, and I think that here is understanding that we have. That is the municipal plan, and the municipal plans are for people, made by people, migrants, with the territory. So everybody's who occupy the territory, and the privatization of the subcontracting of the companies is not positive. And that's how I'd like to leave you with this reflection. We as a Portuguese society and the societies that are part of this territory not only the idea of creating a document, but we have to have a dialogue with the migrants of that. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank on behalf of the Torres Vedras municipality for the warm invitation address that resulted from a previous invitation from the migration magazine ACM, so that we could participate in the last thematic copy on the local plans and their contingencies in terms of the challenges to the migrant population participation, and now we're quite pleased to conduct some work, and which I'll be presenting in a more summarized way. So when this challenge was raised as to the municipality, the premise was the importance of shared planning, which is acknowledged, which is a premise of success for the more correct definition, implementation, and assessment of public policies. On the other hand, it was already mentioned quite often, multiple people's experience of a wide description in the literature of the barriers to the participation of immigrant communities, such as language, a legal situation in the host country, low schooling. These are some examples of barriers, limits, which relates to this aspect. On the other hand, there's been in Portugal and in European space an increasing role of the municipality in the immigrant communities, and we've heard this being mentioned by the creation of centers for migrants, and also municipal plans integrating migrant population, which Torres was a municipality that worked for some years now and has some experience which could be reflected within this scope. And we also reflected at the time that there was more work that were more descriptive applied, and that there wasn't a knowledge of what were the professionals' experience, the technical teams that in their day-to-day life have to implement these actions, plans, carry out this diagnosis assessment, and not much was known or described in on this topic. And these were the four main premises that we tried to do our work on. So we carried out a case study with four main questions that I'm going to try to sum up in terms of results. The first on the objectives carried out by the participation strategies implemented. The second on the main participation strategies implemented. What were the challenges raised to people's participation, and what was the impact perceived by the people of the municipality regarding the participation strategies. We used a qualitative case study, in-depth interviews, using a guide. The sample were all hired technicians from the claim and municipal plan team. I'm not one of them. I'm not part of that team, and I worked as an external observer and listening to the different dialogues. And since this is almost a qualitative study, a content analysis was carried out on the material collected by semantic unit. Let me also mention that the municipality of Torres Vedras already has 5 planning cycles. The first 3 cycles were of municipal scope with the municipality of Lourinhã, and others more individual, focusing on the territory's specificity. So 5 objectives. To briefly mention some of the migratory trends seen in the council, it's the 10th municipality among the 16 with the highest immigrant population percentage. Lisbon above 30%. Torres Vedras has 1.9% of foreign population, a resident foreign population, and of course, irregular people haven't been included in terms of alien and border services. 5,575 immigrants residing in the territory, Brazilians, Nepalese, Romanian, Indian, and Ukrainian, with a high percentage of women for reasons known to us. It's an economic immigration that seeks work in the agricultural sector, civil construction, and also in services, because it's a municipality with a beautiful coastline, beautiful beaches, and a very important tourism sector. In the last years, people's experience, especially in the claim, are saying that there are more precarious migration movements. If before people came and settled and worked and raised their families, were looking for a job, more and more the economic offer is changing. There is a lot of more seasonal work in the agricultural sector, and the housing price was also a question referred by other municipalities, where indeed both in terms of purchasing and the housing market, unbearable. The prices are unbearable, meaning that immigrants cannot settle. They work in the municipality and they try to find housing in a nearby council, and the profile is very different than 15 years ago. So, answering the first research objective, what were the objectives pursued by the participation strategy implemented? And the objective that stood out was to try to understand people's preferences, needs. This objective is explicit in people's discourse, and people identify it. It's to do this. Our action by asking participation, it's to achieve that objective. And on the other hand, the teams, I saw there was quite a transformation in the hosting conditions, and felt that people are experiencing different situations than what existed 10 years ago. And also there's a change in the ethnic social profiles of immigration. There's a greater Asian immigration in the territory. And I'm not going to speak about the last point yet, but indeed this was the most prevailing objective that stood out. However, our work identified 2 or 3 objectives were a bit more hidden in people's discourse, but not in a very specific one. The idea to qualify and adapt services to the migrant community, the idea of recognizing plurality is very present in the technicians' discourse, in our professionals, which is to recognize that the migrant category says a lot or nothing or not much. So quite often people were saying, if it's with Brazilians, one thing, but if it's with the Nepalese community, it's going to be another. It's going to be, and with the Muslim community, we're going to have to do it differently otherwise. So there's a constant adaptation that people feel that they need to adapt the activity, for instance, or the logistic conditions. People say, yes, I would like to go, but I have no transport. I don't have a way of getting there. Other questions. So this recognition of plurality is somewhat deeply linked to seeking participation to qualify and adapt services. Then another objective is to promote self-organization and the empowerment of immigrant communities, resulting on the operationalization, supporting the establishment of the Migrant Association of Torres Vedras, the only one present since 2018, defending and working with migrants. And also it's interesting to know that this association was the result, indeed, of individual participation, which were very much motivated. There were 3 or 4 people that were always very much motivated in participating. So the technical team asked them for them to join, and why not launch the challenge to create an association? This is what they did. And it was quite interesting to see that afterwards, the challenges that the technical team felt face in relation to participation was transferred to this association that ends up by collaborating with the municipality, but as the same people, but afterwards had a bit of a difficulty to extend their support. And one of the questions not yet recognized by the ACM, it's the low number of members. It's quite still a big challenge. Last of all, the promotion of equity and correction of social inequality. This is important when we speak about people's participation. And let me also underline that within this scope there is participation, but not participation as it's part of a debate, more formal participation, more organized. For instance, like municipal forum, a council space. It's a participation due to the population's characteristic. It's a spontaneous like participation, very much spontaneous, not regulated, and which happens, especially happens in terms of individual care within the local center supporting migrants. So in terms of individual care that occurs from this social dialogue where people speak about their problems, and many of these problems are related to lack of being able to access services, and then the claim understands afterwards that there is a problem in a health center which is not applying the law, or that they're being charged unduly fees from a hospital, but only through the capture of these short stories, then the team plays a flagging role, which is what is life and the issues that occur. Now, on the main participation strategies implemented, the team referred to outreach strategies so as to find places where people are usually like social labor wise, to try to find a maximum of people, not to disrupt their daily life, so to try to capture more quickly what is required. But however, it wasn't always as such. The team reported with humbleness of those learning that at the beginning there were steps taken to find people in meetings, form, and people did not participate. They would say yes, they would come, then there would only be 2. It was almost a constraining situation. Very quickly, this type of strategy was dropped, and we tried to get the people do the outreach work. Creation of contexts enabling the presence and effective participation of migrants in accordance with their lifestyle and objectives in the migratory trajectory. However, what is also very interesting is that the team says that the non-presence in these more organized forum in these spaces or places which are clear in relation to what are the objectives. This doesn't mean that the migrants do not have a will to participate. It doesn't mean that they don't want to. On the contrary, quite often people try to recreate participation space, saying, I might not go, but can I speak to you tomorrow? They don't want to speak in before public, but they don't mind talking privately. So they redirect their participation motivation to safer spaces where they trust more, where they feel more at ease, and includingly not exposed before other migrants. As to the challenges regarding participation, plurality on one hand, the ethnic, cultural diversity present in the territory that creates plural realities, because it is a big challenge, the diagnostic and work and activities, because we're able to have the migrant population participate. Some don't speak on behalf of others, and there are important specificities within the different communities present. Another aspect which is well known, the economic aspect of the daily life, focused on the economic objective to earn an income, return to the country or to another host country, another country, and people are much more, are quite mobilized, and in terms of personal preferences. Also, the gender aspect, quite often dual journey where many migrant women are also subject to. That is, they work, but also they take care of their children or other dependents, family, and they feel even more, they feel hardships, feel it difficult to participate. Another aspect, the illegal stay in the territory, which is important in terms of climate. Most people are those that are in the country. They're irregular. They don't know if they can trust or not. Includingly, the climb in Torres Vedras is in a building separate from the town hall, so that this isn't as emphasized. And there are many people going there, don't know it's a service from the municipality. They don't know it's a public body, which is quite interesting. Another question in the discourse and stories shared, feel of with the immigration biography, when we're appealing to participation and activity, sharing biographies, difficulties of the migration pathway, and people would say they would be amazed, surprised, saying, I don't know, they were a bit surprised, saying, I don't know why you want me to speak about my life. So there's here maybe in terms of mass media virtues, when they get stories about migrations, these are very tragic stories at a limit in terms of human dignity. By not seeing themselves, they consider that their trajectory has nothing special. This was an interesting aspect in relation to some activities, and or that people did not adhere to much. Then another interesting question, which is refusing the private politicization. We feel our lives as being ours. When someone says speak to the public, people don't want to. They don't want to. It's their decision not to transform their life into a political discourse, and this is felt in our professionals' discourse. This choice, which is highly respected, and which is also an important aspect to emphasize. And on the other hand, within this scope of refusing to becoming an instrument, refusing or a political actor, is an active style of social invisibility. Many migrants say, I'm here to work and I want my life to be as simpler as possible. I want to be more, I want to be efficient. So this question of going through other biographic territories, I want to be as effective as possible, and I want as quickly also as possible to disappear. Interesting also because many people mentioned concerning the social invisibility, economic functionality of staying on it in the territory, saying, okay, but I have nothing to do with your country. I have nothing to do with your country. I'm here just to work, and then I'm leaving, I'm returning, I'm going back home, or therefore there's a complexity of what moves people, and which was emphasized when we asked people, why don't you participate? There's also another aspect which was underlined, the absence of organized representative legitimacy, because there isn't any municipality, there is no associative movement or any other with an informal characteristic. People, when they feel that they're called on to participate, they are afraid because they know they're acting on their behalf, and it's heavier than if I speak for a group or that shares what I'm going to say. So people feel quite a burden, and before their community in smaller context, there are movements, community movements along the lines of saying, but you were there, you defended it, it wasn't that. So there is here an interesting idea on how a deficit of organization entails that people are very afraid of individual positions. As to the impact, perceived impact of the participation strategies used, in the analysis carried out, we looked at the different planning stages. 4 main stage: diagnosis, design, implementation, and assessment. And since you're expecting what I will be mentioning now, the impact of participation, it wasn't very much. The technicians, professionals considered that, unfortunately, because of all the different questions that I raised, and there was a very weak participation. On the other hand, not only because of the group itself that we are working with, that we're focusing on, but because these plans, many times these plans are planning instruments which were highly regulated with quite a lot of predetermined content. This means that quite often the local creativity space ends up by not being as vast as it's vaster, more creative when onto the implementation stage, the deciding on models and others, and it increases. A plan design also, because of these reasons, is quite small. There's a reduced intervention to identify new areas or problems that can be addressed. So the technicians, professionals experience that situation more alone with less space to share, and where implementation has been more expressive, has been the implementation stage, people go on to, they're going into the field. There's a stronger dialogue with population to understand how changes can take place in terms of design, dissemination, content, other activities which had initially been foreseen, logistics, operations within the claim and the municipal plan. The municipality has made an effort to correct some elements, especially during this last plan, to increase a little bit more the integration of people's participation. And to conclude, and what stood out for us from the work we carried out is that participation is something which really relates to the context. It depends on time, the place, it depends on the migrant community, what's their social profile. So you cannot speak of course, there is a certain generalization, but afterwards, to understand local unity, to understand diversity, and there are many factors at stake. And also underlining the importance to put into context different participation expression so as to understand, respect social diversity and the effectiveness of the interventions carried out. Quite often there's a social political discourse, something uniform to participation, especially in the organized forms of participation and in the experience collected in the municipality. This does not work for this type of population, which is highly seasonal, of precarious, high precariousness to the territory. Does not work. What works is the dual relationship of trust, empathy, that adds something significant to these women's and men's life, that adds something to it, and then find and to try to convey what is their experience to public action. Along these lines, most participation takes place in that space, not regulated and especially as private, and that the technical team has been measuring that participation. That is, there's the idea of a mediated participation for that type of migrant profile. It's mediated by the technical team. But for now, it's still, although it requires other groups in the territory. As I mentioned, a small group that constitutes the Migrant Association has assumed another dominance, but for most people it's not as such as I've explained it. And these are situations which are subject to different types of changes, since they depend on the factors which are changing, and because of these social-economic conditions changing very rapidly, they want to change either in migratory standards, developing more associative movement, different levels of participation. And I'm finished. And thank you for listening to me.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation, Dr. Miguel Graça. And My name is Silvio Lydia Viegas. I'm an architect because we architects have always got the idea of analysing, just to get to know the ground to intervene. And I think this approach, this vision on the problem is going to, or rather, I'm going to be a bit disruptive here, but I think I can contribute to the dialogue because I'm here to show you two works, two projects that I've concluded and another one that is undergoing. And I look at things thanks to my African studies, and it was born in African Angola, and mobilizations of people who can change the policies. And so when I came into Portugal and when I started working on migrants and refugees, and so I bring this look not only in terms of the influences that are up, in terms of the policies and things, practical things that come from policies, but also this look of a construction of a different society, which is governed by different codes, which I wanted to bring to this analysis and to this positive vision, which is not, it was not trying to give you solutions, but what I'm trying to convey is that when I make an analysis of a problem, I try and find an answer in terms of a project that will solve the issue. And so I have a project in the Algarve. This is the National Measures and Local Actions in the Algarve, which is called Refugees for Post-COVID-19. And so that's the national measures and local actions in the Algarve, and the question of the methodology. That is the use of a digital roadmap and to understand and try to solve the questions related to appropriate housing and appropriate living conditions for migrants and refugees in the Algarve, from the perspective that we have to give visibility, we have to give a face to the problem in order to try and transform public opinion in a positive way, not negatively, as we were talking about at lunchtime. But before this, I'm going to talk about what I learned over the last 5 years, because we are doing work where all of us are individuals, we are under construction, and things, we transport this, there's always something in us that we convey, we transport to our projects. And so the way I look at things is, I wanted to ask refugees associations and self-presentation to teach me what they knew about the problem from their own perceptions. And so there's a work that was written and which has got to do with my understanding on the perceptions, or rather my perception on perceptions of the refugees from Africa and the Middle East and Portugal, especially in the metropolitan area of Lisbon, in a larger area. And so this is another line of research which has got to do with the migration and has got a lot, which has a great impact. And I'm going to try, throughout this presentation, is to make a parallelism. That is, on the one hand, to explain what happened in 2017, from 2017 to now. And on the other hand, the question of migrations and how this had an impact or not. So this is very specific when we compare this with life. And so going back to the question of the Algarve. And so I'm going to try and make this parallelism, so the work I did, and I'm going to explain with whom and how. This was focused on what actually happens in the metropolitan area of Lisbon through the perception one has. That is on other regions. So so we had about 700,000 residents in Portugal. Well, these are the official numbers, but there are many more. Most of the people are in Lisbon, but there's a great percentage in the Algarve. And so the second project it wants to contribute to deepening an idea and on an outer region where people are very vulnerable and where there are many migrants and refugees, especially now with the question of the war between Russia and the Ukraine. And so when I started this in 2017, and in the questions of housing, I started to work with migrants or descendants of migrants that lived in neighbourhoods. There's called slums, which existed in the metropolitan area of Lisbon. Africans, for example, especially Africans, Verde and Santomense. And so what happens is that these people had that there is a residential space, a neighbourhood where people get together, which is easily identifiable. And so the precariousness, because from the place they live, when I get 2019 and I started working with refugees, I clearly understand that there's no associated maturity. They lived all over the country and they didn't have materiality, and this made it difficult to understand the reality. What is not visible is more difficult to address. And so it's much more difficult to identify, much more difficult to identify the type of networks they have and how they resolve their own problems, and it's more difficult to get to that point. And so I asked to work with colleagues there were a number of associations at the time, and I went there and knocked to the door and I worked there, said I work in the area of housing, I would like to know what happens and I'm ready to work. So what I understood, and I was very concise, is that the people's perceptions that arrived in Portugal and arrived over a number of months before the pandemic and during the pandemic, and the colleagues, the refugees or ex-refugees who were working on the ground and trying to support these communities individually. And there were a great number of difficulties. And when I talk about housing, I'm talking about the housing sectorally because housing is not only the house, it's life. If you don't have a place to go to at the end of the day in order to rest from the life's difficulties, life is very complicated. And so there are a number of questions that are linked to housing and access to the Portuguese language, for example. We know all about it. And so when it was the coronavirus, the things were very complicated. People lost their homes, they didn't get their salaries because they didn't live without a subsidy. So there was a period of great trouble. And so there was magnifying glass. There were problems that were already there, but weren't so visible for a great part of society. Became very visible, and so it was impossible to say that we couldn't see them anymore. So I took this photograph of my colleague Alexander. Came to Portugal, and I like this photograph. I'll tell you why. This photograph has got many layers. I'm going to try and deconstruct them. Camina Kubert is a community leader in the Toch, the neighbourhood. It was a neighbourhood that was demolished, was totally illegal. But Ricardina, also going back to the question of housing, is the face of a social movement to defend matters related to housing. was created in 2017 and mobilized itself in such a way, and I'm convinced, and I think that many of the colleagues who work in access to housing in Portugal agree with me. She was a great mobilizer of the political changes in housing and the new more specific legislation during the pandemic, and culminated with these major manifestations for a fair life. And it's a bit of a problem. And it's fundamental to be democratic and healthy. And so this photograph is interesting because when I started studying migration in 2017, and I realized it was a movement of these neighborhoods, these people, migrants, Afro-descendants, were in a very precarious situation and wanted to fight, because that's what they use. They fight for their rights. That there was this the political persons, and so they were dissociated with this. And so regarding the political sphere, there was a narrative on migrations in terms of housing. There was the perception that there were problems with great difficulties. And said that we said the government knows that women are vulnerable, exacerbated by other factors such as age, ethnic and religious affiliation. So at the time I was quite puzzled how many people have so many difficulties. So the problems are the same. The people say things aren't going well. So it was a very interesting understanding of this project. That was a term, in the political term, and the grassroots. There was a convergence of perceptions. That is, I increasingly hear that there's a certain acknowledgement of the difficulties in these debates and these fora, and which I think is very important, because there's an exercise of being able to improve things, and I can see that there's questions of continuing things from this point of view of working with what we have. We're going to learn, we're going to move on, but the transformations of society are not changing from one day to another. Things are very complex. So this morning we were talking about elephant in the room. Housing is another one. Migrations and this complexity are the elephant in the room. So I believe there's a logical convergence which I like, because we're all trying to do the same thing. And the more contact I have with technicians and the sphere, I understand the constraints that exist, and so perhaps we have to create this space of construction, a bigger space. There's a new generation of housing policies from 2018, and perhaps I could talk about something a little bit more specific, that is the programs that are on the table. Because in fact there was never as here almost 50 years after this democracy, we had a pandemic. There's a transformation of policies and practices, and people, the communities who want to participate, they go out in the street and there are answers. And for the first time, there's money, because without you can't make omelets without an egg, without eggs, and so there's a lot of money. Could you ask the lady to speak into the microphone? She's speaking away from the microphone, making it very difficult to follow her and very difficult to hear her. And so the national that year there was a national funding for urgent and temporary accommodation. And so the major question is there's money and there's an investment until 2026. There's many municipalities, many people involved in the process and they're ready for work. And so as a researcher, we have to raise questions to reflect and to try and think about some perceptions. So the programme, the first one, is those that it's a first right housing access support programme. It's been used by many municipalities and it depends on it too. There's called local housing strategies, and within them they have a diagnosis of the municipality's needs, and that raises the questions. Are all municipalities? So are all municipalities identified? Have they identified the refugees and to be able to integrate it in the first right, to be able to benefit this funding? Yes, fine. If no, then go on to the second step. Gateway. Urgent questions. The question of, is migration urgent? No. They say, look, we don't want to be urgent, we don't want to be a problem. We want to be people normal with normal lives, and we want to be part of an intercultural society under construction. And so the question is that there are many people from these municipalities that are asking people these questions at home, which is, so if we don't want people to be systematically go from one emergency situation to another, so we're not going to have such a great finance thing, we can put them in the category of emergency, so be careful. There's the first, the temporary accommodation funding, if they're putting it the gateway, because the gateway is permanent. That is a transition from permanence to the first right. So it's important to note the mechanism that have been drawn up now to be implemented over the next 20 years that had an effective permanent response. 2 minutes, I'm almost finishing, says the lady. And so the struggle to housing, which you continue to bring about to this transformation, we're all suffering from this at different levels. And to conclude, I go back to the Algarve. So the Algarve has 25%. So we have necessities like an Albufeira, where hundreds and thousands of people come to work in tourism and then they go away, and so we have a lot of internal symmetries, and so there are protocols. There's a political will to be resolved. And so there can be narrative through in terms of perception of the news. The Algarve in Alentejo, I don't know, Chega was about, had votes of about 30%. So what I'm trying to say is that these are regions where the anti-migratory ideas that are well rooted, deeply rooted rather. So we're telling the people a certain way, everybody believes it, or very few people won't believe it. So the way that the story is told matters. So we have to tell the story in a different way. And so it's not by saying that they're Balak people that are invading Andalusia against the Christian conquest. And we have to begin by saying that these people are contributing to social security. They invest a lot of personal and family capital in the development of our country, and they are a productive advantage for the construction of our society, and that we all want to be intercultural. And so I would just leave you with a number of questions, which the Association of Migrants asked me in the question. Don't the Portuguese ask these questions? I said, that's a good question. Let's see if anybody can answer. Because there's no clarity in the data. And so, in order to make associations and to the migrants in order to represent themselves, isn't there a platform, and it's in the Algarve, but how many refugees actually arrived in the Algarve municipality, how much money is Portugal receiving, where's it going? To have a digital policy presentation of accountability. That is, send the money here, didn't go well here, but did go there. So we have to learn with our mistakes, learn from our mistakes. And so the other day, I'd like to end with this idea. The forces in charge seem to be aimed at building alternatives that respond to diversity. And this is what I really believe. Can we be policies claim to be aligned, people and communities want to participate, and there is great in financial support to intervene. They're making great effort, and so people and communities want to participate, and there's a great financial support. How can we take advantage of this opportunity? And so how can we transform this activist monologue into a dialogue with decision makers? How can this dialogue inform policies for transforming practices? And how can we express the plurality of uses in the new spatial configurations? And so we have to build housing for whom, what purpose, what types, and for and so what we should do is we have to know how how can people live. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The three brought quite a lot of input. Some already heard this morning, and this afternoon even more input. I'm looking at our organizers to know if we can have a Q&A period, so we'll ask questions afterwards. So we'll come back. Now we're going to break for coffee, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all those still with us. We will be listening to a last plan on local participatory plans, building a future. After all our speakers heard of, to be able to reflect on what it can be. It's quite a responsibility, not easy. Let's start with Cristina Santino. You have the floor. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to greet everyone, and also would like to thank the organizers for the theme chosen and the invitation addressed. I would like to thank all Refugee Migrant Association for the trust entrusted in me, and has allowed me to carry out an in-depth observation from the ground, from the field. And also, let me thank Miguel Graça, that was the driver of this participatory plan for the integration of migrants. The task that was asked to think about the future of these plans is not easy for several reasons. The future is uncertain, but all of us humans have an obligation to think about it, not only in terms of utopia, but based on what we expect to happen from our daily existence, our place of social-cultural belonging, gender, ideological, political options, economic needs, and eventually personal experiences. I'd like to start with my experience as a researcher in a project I participated in, leading me to think about the first challenge. What do we mean when we talk about integration in the near future? The theme from the research point of view relate to migrants and refugees in secondary education, needing to understand their vision of the world, difficulties, hardship, what they consider as cultural identity and integration. Let me tell you a story. Wad, fictitious now. She's 14 years old. She arrived to Portugal 3 months ago, and she lives in the center, attends the Bobaguela school, as well as many other migrant, refugee, and Portuguese students. They belong to an international project, New ABC, that I'm part of, which includes all these children. And the Portuguese play the role of ambassadors, that is, mediators between Portugal and the different nationalities present. In his face, it's to understand how they interpret the world through photography, which is my hobby, my favorite hobby. One of debates, I asked Wadi and the others, what does it mean to be integrated? And I asked specifically what culture. And she answered in English, I was born and raised in Sudan, and I lived some years in Sweden, and in the future I don't know where I'll be living. But the culture I relate more to is not that of my parents from Sudan, but that of Sweden. That's where I felt more integrated. What was just one of the children, and my great children also, and so similar. Alcacia, 13 years old, already lived in Switzerland, Angola, and now in Portugal, and Manuel, who lived in Brazil, England, and so on. What do these perspectives mean? Let me draw your attention to the richness of their experience, vast array of knowledge, quite often discarded because we treat them as not being able to teach us. We subalternate their existence. We act as if integration entailed the need to submit others to what we consider to be our culture and our customs, without really seeing that a culture is being constructed with change and mobility, and knowledge is all over the place. And from the side of those with certification without have already contacted with multiple forms of life, maybe important to think about integration that we use without questioning. Integration represents the introduction of people, groups, with more general patterns that should be adopted and embedded. Another concept, inclusion, already means an act of equity between different individuals living in a society or group. Treatment and opportunity for all in education, housing, access to rights, employment. But there is no law, but not only no law, but in everyday life. Unfortunately, we're very far from including the migrants, because to have good laws tending to inclusion are important, but it's very far from being enough. Reality is such: people moving permanently, immigrating for different reasons, such as war, political persecution, economic and environmental issues. By building migrant integration plan, we have to think that most of our policies are based on humanitarian visions, but it's not enough. In particular, those determining policies and administrative acts which belongs to a wide elite without really not knowing what is happening in more marginalized neighborhoods. These policies shows a pernicious dialogue for society as a whole, and not recognizing racism. And this racism, systematically denied in Portugal, still embedded on how we see and treat the others, refugees, migrants, African descent. We elaborate exactly policy, but continue on treating them as being inferior, as being incapable. As Miguel Valdon referred to, racism in this sense is not only a feeling or an attitude. It's not symmetric, generalized between races. It's a social organization form, a structure, and systematically from white European racism against black non-European societies and communities. It exists as a structure and system. The apartheid in the educational system, in the legal and prison context, interaction between institutions and services, public visibility, and political responsibility. National or migrants, black people or people of African descent, are always suspected of being foreigners, of not truly belonging. They are seen as having their land elsewhere. They're identified above all by the visuality of their phenotype. They're suspected of not integrated cultural habits. But let me underline, the problem is not of the Portuguese legislation or integrated political discourse, and those that have planned as best as possible with the conditions given the integration plans at local level. The problem, as racism, is structural. Only with a lot of individual effort and a lot of critical thinking and social effort from many technicians in the field does it become possible to actually implement concrete actions to include immigrants and refugees. And why? we know that there are insufficient financial resources, and that's why there's been a struggle along these lines. We know that public administration lacks financial resource. That's why there's a certain burnout of these technicians, and we know that there isn't insufficient. We know that there's insufficient training of professionals, both in terms of time and quality, in relation to racism and racist practices. We've known for a long time that certain programs are insufficient, and even for those dropping out of such courses, we are wasting valuable resources. Concerning the refugees, the asylum program doesn't meet the needs of our economic crisis. Refugees receive 150 euros a day, leading to extreme precariousness, no guarantee of housing after the 18-month foreseen in the law. Employability is very low due to the measures I've just mentioned. But let me speak to you about the future, as I promised. These reflections are directed to decision makers at the top of the hierarchy. We know that there is no certainty in terms of mobility, and others that change is always accelerated. So the first suggestion I'd like to make is to anticipate this change rather than reacting afterwards, implementing emergency solutions which which aren't feasible, as it happened with the Afghanistan crisis and recently in the Ukraine, and we haven't yet thought about South Sudan. What we're doing with this conference is quite positive, sharing realities in the field, which is essential to implement plans meeting the needs of the migrant population and all of us. So therefore, political will is important. Two suggestions: to implement innovative, creative, predictable policies that embed scientific production, as well as knowledge and migrant contribution. Second of all, to prepare contingency plans to react with time adequation to intense migratory flows which haven't been foreseen. The second suggestion is to take into account, seriously to take into account climate disasters. I think we have considered in a very light way the climate refugees. This week in Portugal, for instance, all water resources have been used for this year, and that 40% of the territory is in a very extreme drought situation. And this in Portugal. Here you can see the difference between conflicts generated by violence in orange and the climate disasters in gray. According to the OECD's 2019, and with an increase of temperature, sea level increasing, these are phenomena with long-lasting impacts in the world subsistence level, where significant displacements can occur. In parallel, environmental shocks such as tsunamis, floods, sudden floods, hurricanes, or serious droughts with economic consequences and social as well, will become more and more frequent and extreme. According to the data for internal displays in 2019, there were 7 million new people affected by disasters. Most of these people are have been displaced internally. Others have crossed over borders or will have to do this soon. Climate change are also affecting the traditional nomads peoples. Several millions all over the world and whose life is very much disturbed. So there will be an impact to absorb those that have arrived and provide them with decent living conditions. Third suggestion: finding the role of refugee and immigrant association in the national asylum program, as well as in the municipal plans, with due and fair funding. These are the mediators because they're in the field, because they're the first contacted by the refugee community, and frequently are also the ones providing alternative responses to meet the needs of people. For the development of a good integration plan, it's of the utmost importance to involve associations, provide them with the necessary means for such. Fourth suggestion: according to my own experience as research and anthropologist, as well as my other colleagues and many students, the inexistence of quantitative data in official reports is quite an important flaw, especially when we try to compare data with other countries. For instance, between municipalities in Portugal, I know that the Observatory for Migration, led by Catarina Oliveira, has made quite an effort to produce quantitative data. If there aren't enough professionals, technicians at a national level, duly trained for an in-depth systematize of data collections, our research will always be limited. For instance, I would like to have reliable data on the number of refugees attending higher education. Up to now, we haven't been able to obtain this data. And to conclude, the sixth, in relation to the future, the potential use of AI in migrant inclusion. There are different potential dangers in using AI, artificial intelligence, for the integration policies of migrants, namely the bias of the algorithm. Systems are based on data, and if the data used are biased, the algorithms will also be biased. This can lead to an unfair treatment of migrants in employment, housing, and healthcare. Another enormous problem is the absence of human interaction. These systems can provide efficient, rapid solutions to problems, but do not have the empathy and social cultural understanding which comes from human interaction. Another concern: privacy. The IA systems collect and analyze frequently large quantity of data, including personal information. This fact can raise privacy issues to migrants, and they might not feel at ease to share their personal information with the system. On language barriers, the systems are conferred to work with specific languages, and this might constitute an obstacle to migrants that are learning the language of their new country. Concerning employment, system has can automate many jobs in terms of migrants and others. This situation can hamper the migrants' integration and to worsen inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, what I've referred to regarding the potential use of hosting immigrants was literally answered by ChatGPT. And this really scares me. ChatGPT, either our relationship becomes more interpersonal, fair, just solidarity, we're going to run the risk of being obsolete soon, ruled by machines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cristina? Jorge Malheiros from the University of Lisbon. Good afternoon, everyone. On a Friday afternoon, we have to come. So I would like to thank the organisation for having asked me to come here to discuss the question of immigration. And in this question, integration, we can use the word integration in a more general sense, and even though it's an absolutely critical topic, and integration, we can talk about integration on a local level. So I based my presentation to speak for 20 minutes, I believe the gentleman said, but we can talk about local integration, that is, which integration is a process for immigration and natives, and has got to do with the equal rights between everybody who's got the citizenship rights in the society in which they're included. And so these are the simple posts of integration, and it's a concept which requires discussion. But the importance of local has got to do with this, is the fact that it's true that the migratory questions are defined on the governmental level. They define the laws of travelling, for example, or crossing borders of the migrants. They define the models, that is, if they use multiculturality, that is a general policy, which is adopted by the members of the nation. And so they open and close the taps of interest and the possibility of other immigrants coming. And this is what everybody feels on the local level. 20 years ago, it was said in this room that it is in places that things go on, that it's in places that people have difficulty, migrants have difficulty in work, and they put the children to school. And so what is on the basis of this project, and this was obvious from what we heard this morning, is that integration is local, because the battle, if you want to construct a more fairer citizenship for everybody, and I'm going to use a topic that everybody like, the spatial, it lives on, exists on the local level, and the definition of general rules that governments impose on the comings and goings of people. And having said this, and here's what I'd like to say, is that in Portugal this is even more exacerbated. Why? Because of the geography. And it's just like people saying that from down is fine because of its cherries, and there's a number of this book by Catlin called The Vengeance of Geography, and there is another one by Dean Marshall which is called The Prisoners of Geography. And so this revivalism of geography is very good, and is manifested in other ways and in other skills. As I said, that geography helps us understand why local questions, local problems of integration are greater, as based in the following. First of all, it's obvious for everybody that the National Geographic Scale, that is, there are more immigrants nowadays than there were before. So the number of the census accounted for 400,000 foreigners in 2011 and 2,000 200,000, but according to some, there's 700,000. But later on, SEF in mid-April, SEF said that rather there are many more. So the numbers matter. That means a greater challenge in terms of dialogue, and it means that people who came from abroad. And the most important thing here is the diversity, or on the national level, the diversity of nationalities. It seems it's changed a great deal. If you look at SEF, there was 787 in 2011. Now there's difference in 10. But they're now from all the world. And so what is significant is not that they went from 177 to 187, but what is significant is that we are going from over 50% of Brazil and Portuguese-speaking African countries to a value of 42% in 2021. And migration, what we've all seen, is that Asian migration has trebled in relative terms and fourfold in absolute terms. It's 15% in 2021. And so this is a challenge, a very significant challenge from the point of view of cultural encounters and the way we have to motivate this cultural dialogue and work in this cultural dialogue. This also means that from a very practical point of view that is a very great language training challenge, whereas other immigrants, children of immigrants, and we can see all the work that is done on school processes and language learning. Nowadays, with the arrival of immigrants who do not speak Portuguese, the challenge is even greater. Not only this is locally in the schools, so the schools are faced with an added difficulty of integration. That is, but somebody was saying from maybe a while ago that it was every day, but there are new children arriving every week to schools, and so you can imagine what this means in terms of planning the school year. And so there are people who come in unexpected in terms of the subject, the knowledge of the system and the language are not. The children are not familiar with it, and so this component of the challenge at a national level. And then there's a local level of differences for the immigrants in the past. So we had three concepts, and so one was they went to councils from the hinterland. So that is that nowadays there are immigrants in every country, and so there's a statistical data, which is the variation coefficient. That is a standard deviation. In 2018, it was 4,000. That is the standard of the values of the immigration. So it was 4,000 away from the average, and nowadays it's 7,500 from the standard. So it's much more dispersed, and this is absolute, and so the absolute is important in terms of the people we have to deal with. And so this shows that the variation coefficient changed from 2014. Immigrants are in areas where they're not used to be, and in municipalities where they weren't. The third thing I'd like to say is in terms of the composition of sections and migratory flows, the composition has changed. And so nowadays there are more men arriving, and the main challenge is to deal with immigrants, which is made up of more men or women, which was not this 10 years ago. And this means that there is an adjustment that says when we think of the future, the history is important, but history is the only element and so the pressure on schools may become worse in the future. So for these reasons, and I believe that more than ever, local integration plans are more important, and local action. And to conclude, I've got 2 minutes. So, well, I think, what can we think about for the future? 2 or 3 things. Well, one principle is we have to have a multi-scale integration. It's not enough to do it locally. And Christina mentioned this morning, and they gave us conditions to central administration gave us the conditions to make more contracts. I think this was another mirror from them. And this shows that it's not that the responses cannot only be local for 2 reasons, because quite often the local resources are not sufficient for the answer, because the local is very diverse, because in comparison with Fundam, where Miri has got many more founders, and so Fundam in comparison with the hinterland of the country, they've also got very more, and so we have to have an articulation with central administration. If not, we have the risk of increasing inequalities. So an analogy with the United States. Because we sometimes criticize because they don't have a developed social policy. The Canadian says that we're the same as the United States, but we have a social security system in a European fashion. That's not quite the situation. There's a very powerful civil society in America which responds at different levels. There's a local work in the city which is remarkable in terms of the integration of migrants, but also in terms of other social aspects. So there's a dimension of American society, and which is primary education, primary public schools, so where the public services is universal in the United States, unlike the universities, which have got a number of injustices in terms of access. But there's a problem in the schools, American primary schools, because they, up to a great extent, they depend on local taxes, a place where they have more money, their responsiveness is also greater. This means that if we leave the local to work on its own, we run the risk of increasing inequalities. That is why it is important to have to see things in scale. Then sectoral action is important to make integrated plans of immigrants, and we mustn't forget that this has to be the model, because if we work on citizenship, we don't want migrants to be a marginalised group. We want them to be part of the whole of society, which means that the plans are fundamental in order to work on the specific deficits in articulation with others. And so that is, if you don't know the language, you're much more difficult in having access to information, and you have more difficulty in communicating with others, or asking for things, and they have more difficulty in having access to jobs. So the plans have this idea is to bridge the gap, and so we must cross those over with other plans regarding immigrants, that is local housing strategies, and there are school plans and school charters, because migrants are part of the school, and the social vulnerability the migrants have even greater than the local population often, and so we can be this master plans when we think of the governance of the land use. And so it's very important to follow the nutritional logic, and so we have to see the measures of other master plans that affect migrants. And to finish the question of participation, 3 things. We know that participation has scales. Participation has several levels. The lowest one is to give information. That is a person who wants to participate said, look, I told them that's how to participate. That's the 0 level of participation. The maximum level is to build things, to construct things together. And so there's another, tokenism is another form of participation. For example, when it's done with immigration up to a certain extent, you say that superficially it seems that people are integrated, but rather participate, and they create a dialogue symbolically. But the decision maker gives the impression that he is going to give in, but he doesn't. So it has to be something that is built together. And on the other hand, we must prevent the low risk of working on the local level only. That is that the immigrants are all the same. So instead of creating sort of an average standard in the community, we do not respect their inequalities. That is, inequalities between immigrants and some who have more organised structures and talk more. And sometimes that people are left on the outside and they don't talk. And we understand this, and so, or we don't understand this. In some cases, we accept that there's a participation here, but doesn't respect heterogeneity. The problems that exist are exacerbated. That's not equity is not enough, because we have those are in disadvantage, have lower incomes, talk less, etc., less access to resource, and effective participation means several things. That we manage to map heterogeneity, and secondly, in the different phases of the project, the beneficiaries must be present in the design, implementation and monitoring and evaluation, which means to create structures which represent heterogeneity and manage to act at different times. So it's not enough in construction. Sometimes we are left with, you think only in terms of construction, then it's an independent team that makes the evaluation. And quite often we have to find people and not expect them to turn up, because the structures that we create are not good for them in terms of time and in terms of places. And so there are wonderful experiences have been mentioned here, but so we have to go and meet people, go out and get these people, encourage them to participate. That means there has to be a clear objective, which is the integration of immigrants in this case. And so there should be crossover with a spatial justice. And so this is the idea of local integration and social justice, spatial justice, and so being in society to have access to spaces and cohesion, everybody's cohesion with migrants and non-migrants. This takes time, and quite often there are very good programs. Sometimes the programs are only for a year or 2 years, but that's not enough time. So we have to extend things out over time. So there has to be a sharing of information by way of less traditional channels. I enjoyed the end of Christina's presentation mentioned artificial intelligence. I think our next generation, unless if the world continues, will be totally different from the one we are used to living in. And after the Industrial Revolution, there's a great revolution, but in 200 years things have changed very little. And this means that in many cases we have to have structures which are better adapted to specific contexts. Existing organizations, for example, Fundão already has a association of immigrants, but they're only Brazilian, and so Admira doesn't have one yet. So let's see how the immigrants will participate in their structures linked to this plan. So I have to be flexible to understand these differences between the different spaces, and it has to be a little bit less formal than the way we learn to know our structures, which comes from administration, central administration of Brussels, and so we have to become closer to more flexible structures, migrants associations. And this is the last aspect, this ability to adapt without disrespecting the use of the resources. We have to understand that there must be mechanisms to adjust so that people outside administrations respond to the needs of immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge Malheiros. Thank you. And now we will be listening to José Carlos Mota, L3P from the University of Aveiro. Well, good afternoon, everyone. After a very long day, very intense one, it was quite an interesting day, and the difference with these two last presentations, I will focus on the participatory subject. How can we engage people? Then the autochthonous culture that we have in Portugal, the way to experiment through inclusion through participation, mobilizing people to suggest proposals. So how can we, through one-off and symbolical actions, test that change by giving the migrants the protagonism and not the response? This is what I'd like to speak about. So it's very important the data presented by Christina and George that illustrate the number, 7.2% of the population. New data, this is the map on the migrant population nationalities in Aveiro, not only the 180 nationalities of Lisbon, but Aveiro has more than 100 nationalities with 80,000 inhabitants, representing 7.2%. And Lisbon has a weight of 20%, depending on the census. But this map on the migration geography is important. I'm not going to speak about the economic impact, but there a net contribution between balances and accountability responsible for birth, 13% of new Portuguese babies. This is quite important. And there are active citizens involved. In addition to paying taxes, they consume and they bring a world that enriches our. There is a diversity. This richness shows obstacles in lower income, accessing housing, and also the poverty risk. We didn't speak about the visa and the administrative difficulty as for them to be illegal. So this is a different portrait of involving, and so we're interested in the community, in the university community, which represents a diverse universe. The weight of the Portuguese-speaking African countries, representing half of the migrants, that student migrants and also non-student migrants, total migrants, it's significantly important. In terms of recent migration, it shows a greater diversity of countries and shows many challenges, but integration, inclusion, and these aren't different stages, that is to overcome integration and inclusion. I wanted to add a propeller of inclusion. We spoke about academic, professional, then there's a social inclusion, cultural one, and a territorial one, expressed through different indicators. For instance, making friends. There are students, African students in the Aveiro University during their academic life don't make friends, don't even have one Portuguese friend, because inclusion, its difficulty starts in the classroom, which is the first barrier, first difficulty. And then the cultural inclusion issue, recognition. Many of these countries are are seen as being minor, or seja, they're not an asset valuable for the host community, their presence. And let me just mention the professional one, not having a job where they obtain a diploma, no adequate wage, so very strong discrimination. This propeller is much more dense. These are some remarks to say that the level of integration, inclusion require in-depth work and understanding the complexity interaction between different levels. Maybe the best way to understand their needs is to convene people, not to a seminar or a clarification session, but for what we did. But what we did 2 months ago, we convened the young people from the Portuguese-speaking African countries. We paid for them traveling to Aveiro for a work session. The first difference is that it's not an auditorium to listen, but it's to talk around a table. Very few people sitting around a table, where in the morning the reality this diagnosis is mentioned, and in the afternoon what could be done. This meeting relied on 120 young people on a Saturday, and the problem, the difficulty of non-participating has to do with how convening is done, or the impact, the expectation that this result might have an effect. And these 120 young people defined the diagnosis, spoke about the problems, hosting problems, integration, visas, I've already mentioned, access to the healthcare, and the very high cost of housing. This difficult young people's integration, the housing cost, the problem accessing higher education. Tuition fee is extremely high, especially for weaker, more fragile countries. A tuition fee for a master's or degree costs €4,000. Imagine a student from Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, São Tomé, where the minimum wage, we're speaking about 10, 20 euros a month. So we're speaking about an amount which is impossible to pay, and then it translates into difficulties of the student being able to attend university, leading to problems with school. We need not speak about racism, devaluing the language of the country of origin. A young Cape Verdean doesn't only speak Portuguese, we forget that, or Creole. He speaks 3 languages: Creole, that he speaks with his family, with his friends, and Portuguese. So he's a young person mastering 2 native language, and a 3rd he speaks at school. This reflects on his academic process, on how the academia, the academic world values this process, and also mental health issues which worsened because sometimes they visit their families 3 or 4 years after. There are cultural shocks, barriers. Young people, what really upset us is that young people don't know where they live. They know the university, they know the place, their place of residence, but the social life where their peers meet are territories where most of them don't reside, don't know, or are afraid to frequent because they don't feel at home, at ease, that is. So there is an in-depth knowledge of that knowledge, and at the end we have employability, the difficulties I've mentioned. There was a young researcher in health sector, well-known center, a young African, said, I find no one of color in these centers. They're not accessible for most, and not as developed. And this also happened in the entrepreneurial fabric of companies another organization. So this quick diagnosis found an opportunity, which is to develop a participation instrument, which is not a plan, but its methodology can be exported to municipal plans of integration inclusion of migrants. A citizenship laboratory for interculturality defined and this public instrument was funded, will be readily available at the end of the year so that the municipalities can apply. The objective is to experiment these new forms of integration and to understand, first of all, what we didn't refer to. Are young people, do young people want to stay or return to their countries? Is it to guarantee creating the conditions guaranteeing that they stay or that they return to their country? So this idea of what should be our mission as country, contribution to the development of these countries, especially those which we have closer ties, like the Portuguese-speaking African countries. Now, a decisive question, the young people we want to build these laboratories, they're the protagonists of this exercise. We want to work on the different integrants to understand the complex, contradictory context. So benefiting from this experience, we built with quite a lot of difficulty. Young people were a bit reluctant when convened. There was an exercise of empathy, and these type of meetings should be with empathy, had to be nice, celebrate, remember the importance of celebrating such events when mixing different communities. This is very important. And with African communities, which have a very powerful celebrating tradition, so we brought closer a finer portrait of the difficulties. But this diagnosis allowed us to do something with young people. It was we were able to identify meetings, building projects, and then proposals, actions, where these young people are the protagonists of these projects, experimentation, to prototype change in a participated way. So what happened in terms of supporting studies? We're speaking about young people and that mobilize themselves to explain what would be training in Portuguese, ICT skills. Many people attend higher education without knowing how to use a basic software program and so on. So all these initiatives are for young people to develop the welcoming, the meetings through games, through these welcoming parties, the support to entrepreneurship and others, to listen to young African entrepreneurs, listen to their experience. And this event was organized with young African entrepreneurs in Avite, and in some cases create businesses, micro businesses, a takeaway of African cuisine created within this project. And of course the arts were emblematic of this capacity to be able to show the crossover of local cultures and to use art as a channel of reflection. Two main remarks. What is this participatory dynamic change in young people? and they started assuming different leadership protagonism in their community. Many of them are involved in the leadership of new associations created by this project. It compelled the universal local institutions to improve their response, to understand the limitations to this response. So institutional learning was important. New contact networks were created. Today, young people, African young people, can go to focal points. We're speaking about an organic network providing them with support. And today, there's a greater visibility, understanding of on the problems they feel. There's a change in the ecosystem. What can be useful to this debate? First of all, the importance of placing on the agenda this topic. We don't have multicultural, intercultural in the agenda. And sometimes mentions for the worst reasons when there's something negative that happens or that's scary. So we need to find ways to mobilize efforts, combine initiatives, and I would like to greet the municipal professionals that presented the initiatives today. There's quite a local capacity to respond. And to say that multiculturality doesn't mean only others. These events include all nationalities except one, which is the Portuguese. Multiculturality shows that the Portuguese are not included in this agenda. And today we've heard a lot of plans. We know that plans or processes need to involve communities at different levels, at different stages. But to experiment change, and these projects you've heard of are community innovation projects, which it's like Big Sip, but with not as much money, less ambitious, but allows to experiment throughout these micro actions. They have a very big power because they show that it's possible to do differently. And this entails the involvement of partnerships, and at the end, to celebrate the result. And this is only positive if we have the capacity to assess the impact of what we're doing in change, because if we're not able to assess the impact, there's wishful thinking, but we don't have the evidence that the political power requires to support and to be able to implement these ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, too. And I would just like speakers from the previous panel to come up here. For logistic reasons, we didn't have a discussion, so I would like to give the floor to the audience if they want to ask any question to the members of this panel or to the previous panel. Good afternoon, Lucia Cabreira from the Lisbon City Council. I would like to congratulate you. I thought this panel was fantastic. If you allow me, I would like to ask Ana Paula from the Casa do Brasil to correct a situation that you mentioned. Our plan was extended, so it didn't end in 2022. It's going to end this year in December, and we are already planning the next one. So we are establishing a collaboration with a professor to characterize, to make a diagnosis of the population, because, as you said, it was mentioned, the migrant population is changing practically every day, especially in the city of Lisbon. So thank you very much. And another thing, we really give value to partnerships, and so there was we had one with we had a partnership where each one they worked together. So and partnerships are excellent. Good afternoon, Diogo Ladeira, Resource and Development Association. I would like to thank everybody for for your presentations, and today was very good for reflection. And at the moment, I work a while ago, I worked in the Association of Ukrainians in Portugal. So, if I would like, in terms of artificial intelligence, mentioned by Dr. Kashina, I feel that today associations, councils and parishes, for example, they're all intelligent, artificial intelligence, because the answers are quick, no empathy, and the third point, sorry, I get lost. And they follow the algorithm. And so the question is, what, up to a short time ago, in terms of empathy, that we had the case a refugee in Ukraine came to Portugal. I was looking for a place to sleep, and there was a provisional response to a welcoming centre. He said, I'd rather sleep in the street, in the cold. And this happens a lot with employability. So the first answer that we're in this situation is, of instability, is to say, they should adjust, and we don't look at this empathy, we don't know what it's like to leave your life and family behind. And so, in order to integrate, they have to go and work in the construction, for example, or other places. And so, sometimes we say this, and so I would like to highlight the fact that in terms of the emergency answers, responses, artificial intelligence, the quick answers, but we don't think of the integration. We have to think in the long term, at the time when we talked about the refugees in the Pacific. Everybody wanted to welcome them, but not to integrate them. And so we have to think of all immigrants, not only Ukrainians, but all of them. We have to welcome them and integrate them. And so to conclude today, I enjoyed seeing the word participatory, but and we have to highlight this word in integration. It's a pity I don't see more immigrants here present in the room. I don't know whether it's the association. They don't have many many people working. There's thousands of reasons for them not coming, and so maybe we should make sense of the word participation and give the things back to the immigrant population, not only in terms of construction or of projects, but in the implementation of such projects. Good afternoon. So I would like to thank the panel, and even though I wasn't here right in the morning, but I would like to say it's very enriching, because yesterday I was in a workshop, and this conference complements everything else that we have been doing. For me, the fact we didn't have more municipalities, as a colleague mentioned, there's an absence of immigrants, and here I would like to say that there's the absence of other municipalities, or the village, for example, where the council Beta has a very high number of migrants, and it's schools where the children of migrants and Afro descendants have a very high number. So it actually makes sense for this municipality, which is very close to Lisbon, should be part of this meeting. And we had the experience from Oeiras, which was very positive. Seychelles as well. And because when we come here, to talk about artificial intelligence, which is a reality today, I would like to say that I did a project with an association in Évora, and this association could also have been called to participate because in terms of technology, they have done an excellent job in Cuba, Évora, and there in the island, all those areas in the Alentejo, and it made sense to bring in this technological component. They have experiences which can be a contribution to the possible plan and work that is done in the area of technology. And I would also like to say that this work is going to be published tomorrow, and they have the older citizens can be made aware of this reality that is artificial intelligence, when we know that we have many immigrant citizens who are older and being excluded because of the technology. And so when this artificial intelligence reality actually comes, what will happen to them? So associations, like as Ana Paula mentioned, in relation to the city of Lisbon regarding the municipal plan, in my opinion, should be more inclusive and to ensure that things can be improved. And Ana Paula mentioned a few things that we are correcting, and so we need more participations, institutional participations. Thank you. Thank you very much. My question is for about what Christina Santinho and others said about integration and the knowledge of the organizations. So in 2009, and Alexander Denise created an association in Portugal. So we are talking about 12 years of existence. And then after 12 years, I would like to know, I would like to ask about the others. What other associations are recognized as legal representative of the government, local authorities? They don't exist. So we can't believe that there are associations just because we want to respect the democratic dimensions defined in our constitution. If we want associations of refugees in Portugal throughout the whole process, we have to know that they need sustainability, they need recognition, they need their voice to be heard, and their recommendations be implemented. Because if not, I can say now that after 12 years, that spending the whole day in the conference is tiring and talking about the same thing time and time again. We started in 2007, 2008 talking about mental health, and we're in now 2023, and the same programs and the same problems continue. That is learning the language. So we should work with the trade union of teachers in order to create education, learn the language programs. And so there's something that's missing in Portugal is the fact of the government, that is when there are no results, nothing happens. Once again, we make the same mistakes time and time again because there's nobody there to monitor. Not chastise, but to get associations to accept that they're doing the same thing time and time again. Associations of refugees, Portugal, there are 4 or 5 at this moment, and so the work in these 2 days, one of the major problems was how can one manage with the support of local authorities and the government, the ACM can support the creation of a single entity that represents refugees that can defend them at any time and can bring key recommendations and that the government can apply or implement for these people. And I would like to say, this is not really a question, but I think that now we have arrived in the time of Portugal to accept the fact that there are things that we can do and the things that we can't do. I mean, we don't have the same financial capacity as the Americans, for example. And so the bigger the greater number of immigrants arrive within San Antonio, they give an answer in a day because they are prepared for this. And there is a logistics, and so I'm not going to arrive on Monday to tell my whole life, and then to Tuesday I go back to tell my whole life, and then Wednesday the problem that is moving forward to solutions. So this can be the associations that representatives of the associations can feel that the presence in the platform of the participation, reflection, implementation and evaluation platform is considered. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mergiria Sanch. I work for the Town Hall of Sintra within the scope of the plan for the integration of migrants, and also with I work with minority group on participation. Most likely, I don't know, most likely people have a different experience, but I have some difficulty in asking someone to do something that I can't. And I was thinking, how do I participate? I pay taxes, I vote. When my children were at school, I used to go to their PTA meetings. I never missed one. In addition, very little. My experience in the Council of Sintra, immigrants, when they work with us, they participate much more than I do. I work there, but they participate. They're the champs of participation. And then another question has to do with Professor José Carlos Montes' presentation when he mentioned that there are African students that are not able to make friends, make one Portuguese friend. This reminds me of a story. A professor of mine, Jorge Crespo, in at university, we were preparing to work in local authorities. He said in the work local authorities development, we have to take into account that we can't make infrastructures because they're more urgent, and apparently they're more urgent, and then on to cultural activities, because supposedly people don't die from not having cultural activities. He said, no, this is absolutely wrong. We have to do everything at the same time. Everything has to be done at the same time. And indeed, the interculturality, socializing in a micro context, is indeed quite a challenge, and we're going to run the risk. We have the CAIMs, we have everything. Is running. People have access to social support programs in Sintra and so on, but there's still that challenge of people meeting one another, getting together, or rather getting together in the neighborhood. So it's very important to think about the contribution given by the Migration Association. As Yabi mentioned, but sometimes we see things on the ground with local contacts, researchers. I was a refugee in 2019. We saw the overcrowding in housing. We made recommendations, but this was not considered when there was the pandemic. 275 refugees were infected with COVID. This is to speak about housing. Housing is very important for the refugees. I have to try to integrate better people in certain locations. I live with a friend. This plan, our municipality is prepared to accompany these people and to integrate that person. Citizens are leaving the country. What mechanisms exist? What mediators will support these municipalities integrating people? Many times people are not able to understand what is being said because they do not speak Portuguese. So what local mechanisms exist? When funding ends, that is, when you think about what happens with their family. I want to say something about geography. Does the geography have the mechanisms to include me in that location, in that place? So everything has to be thought of. Above all, try to question the refugees. In addition to speaking to associations, speak to the community. Thank you. Thank you very much. These were quite a lot of contributions, more contributions than questions. We are going to have to close this Q&A period. If there aren't any more questions or comments, we will then close the session. And again, I'd like to thank our guests, speakers, for having attended this session this afternoon, and also to have made presentations that showed the many comments that were said. So the member of the ACM of the High Commission of Migration. From the management board. Good afternoon, all. I'm member of the management board, and unfortunately I hadn't the possibility to attend the whole session. I was able to accompany it at a distance, and nonetheless I wanted to close the session and to mention the fact, as management board of the High Commission for Migrations, which is the entity that gives a lot of importance to this theme and participation, taking advantage of some presentations I was lucky enough to listen, to say that today, as representative of the High Commission for Migrations, and my genesis and my origin, my parents are Cape Verdean. I'm part of that first generation. And strangely enough, I work in Sintra. As you know, Sintra is very rich in migrants, in migrant descent. Participation, and the fact I'm addressing you today, has to do with my participation as a young person. Since I was young, I understood that I didn't like certain things. For instance, with certain people, we decided to form an association that still works 20 years after, and the fact of being an associative leader, and that our association little by little gradually gain more influence, little by little. This is a way to pave the road, and that's why I'm able to address you and to participate in different forms and mention my experience as a son of immigrants. Can have more weight 2 days, 20 years ago, 2 years ago, to say to the associative leaders, do not discourage. Don't be discouraged. Sooner or later, what you are saying will be heard. And in in-depth forums. And eventually, what you say will end up having an effect on policies. And I had to share with you this testimonial as a factor and sign of hope. This is intrinsically linked to the migrant by the legacy. In spite of difficulties, we don't give up, and we always try to do our job, and we want our life to be better, and also the people surrounding us. After having said this, as entity responsible for policies, it's obvious for us that if the migratory policy should be designed in international and national scope, its application only makes sense if we take into account the local component, either in terms of the different local institutional entities, more or less institutional, but also involving associations, people, more active people, enterprises, which also has to be integrated in that process. And without this integrated, systemic, holistic view, and based on my experience, I don't believe that the integration process will be materialized and that will never reach inclusion. After having said this, following international guidelines, every time there's a possibility of we're able to create forums where the question of participation intervention methodologies can be discussed, can be improved every time we can do so, we should. And it's one more reason why we should create these moments. And I'd like to thank Miguel's role in this building and in building bridges on the good practices on the other side of the Atlantic. And we should also use these examples to give us hope. And not to be too long, let me say that we can continue on speaking about integration, but we can't do this alone, and we can't think that someone will be doing our job, that someone else will be doing our job, and especially that the state has to do this or that. I think that the state has to do something, but all of us at different levels, all of us are different. We also have something to do, and it has to be constructive and in a dialogue. And that is why this was the last message I wanted to convey to you. Thank the debate and representing the institution. I will be receiving the different contributions. And let me say that you can count on our commitment, engagement, that is in either ACM or agency for anything, which is still to be defined. But surely enough, what moves us will not change regardless of the name we have. Either high others are mobilizer, catalyzer in the world. It's to do our best so that we can promote the integration of those arriving to our country. And I want something, a simple thing, which is to have a better life and to give the family a better life. Thank you. I hope that this session was productive.
So we will close our session. I would like to thank the US Embassy in Lisbon and to the University of Coimbra for Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation and the Portuguese American Development Article. Thank you very much.